from the Fox 2 Newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
Well, a child is back with his family today after an early morning carjacking. The chaos unfolding across several cities. Fox 2's Robin Murdoch tells us what happened.
You know, this really is every parent's worst nightmare, to come to a gas station, have your car stolen with your 8-year-old inside. That is exactly what happened at this gas station right behind me on the city's west side. Thankfully, that little boy has been found, but certainly this was a scary scenario for everyone involved. This BP gas station near 7 Mile and Grand River on the city's west side, busy with Detroit police officers around 1 on Thursday morning. Instead of customers filling up with gas, the reason, we were told a suspect allegedly stole a 2011 Chevy Impala. Turns out, though, there was a young child in the back seat at the time, a frightening ordeal for that child, his family, and investigators who knew time was of the essence here. DPD, along with MSP and Redford Police, immediately began searching the area for that stolen car and the boy inside it. We are told Novi Police eventually got involved when the driver lost control and crashed on westbound I-96 near Novi Road. The child was unharmed, thankfully, but taken to the hospital to get checked out as a precaution, while the suspect was taken into custody, ending the horrific chain of events. Now, we have been told that the suspect has been turned over to Detroit police. Investigators are not saying much about who he is at this point, only that he is an adult male. Of course, everyone just thankful, though, that the situation ended as it did, and this 8-year-old boy is okay after what he went through this morning. Of course, we will continue to follow this story for you. Reporting from the city's west side, I'm Robin Murdoch, Fox 2 News.
Well, the CEO of Troy's Oxford Center posted a $2 million bond. Tamela Patterson is charged with second-degree murder for the death of 5-year-old Thomas Cooper. Cooper died in a hyperbaric oxygen chamber explosion at the facility back in January. Patterson is accused of directing workers to manipulate the machines to avoid maintenance, which investigators say ultimately led up to the explosion. Prosecutors say Patterson also tried to hide evidence. 3 employees are also charged in this case. Well, a tragic scene at a home in Dearborn Heights where police say a man murdered his girlfriend before turning the gun on himself. We're told the victims were both 60 years old. Investigators say it happened in the garage of the home on William Street around 2:30 Wednesday. By the time police arrived, both were already dead.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I've known him since I was about 10 years old. None at all. Very mild guy, mild-mannered, never had issues, never had any arguments with any of the neighbors or anything, so I don't get it.
Investigators say they believe this started with an argument over the status of their relationship. Well, 3 more witnesses take the stand in the preliminary exam for a man accused in a mass shooting in Detroit. 19-year-old Demetrius Shaw is charged with 36 felonies, including murder and assault with intent to murder. Prosecutors say he opened fire during a block party on Rosini Drive, killing 2 people and injuring 19 others last summer. The bullets allegedly flying after 2 women got into an altercation.
In your opinion, why would this have been a retaliation shooting?
Due to the ongoing gang activity.
So earlier you talked about this was a party in I think you said there was a red zone?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Corey is affiliated with who?
With the Bloods, the Red.
Okay. But who gave this party in the red zone?
Be the Crips.
All right. And so what you're saying is, well, explain that a little bit. Why would that be an issue?
The rival gangs.
The hearing will resume Monday when the judge will decide if there's enough evidence to send Shaw to trial. Well, the Flint man accused of going on a Christmas Eve shooting spree in Oxford could face a very long prison term. Oakland County Prosecutor Karen McDonald is requesting an enhanced sentence for Malik Webb. Investigators say he shot and killed a woman who stopped to help him after a car crash. He's also accused of shooting and wounding 2 other Good Samaritans. McDonald wants to charge Webb as a, quote, super habitual offender to ensure that if he's convicted, he goes to prison for at least 25 years. Webb is due back in court next month. Well, a Wayne County man is sentenced to 40 to 60 years in prison today for the murder of his former girlfriend. Back in February, 24-year-old Joseph Slocum shot and killed 19-year-old Veronica Crane while she was working the front desk at the Comfort Suites Hotel in Canton. Crane was his ex-girlfriend. Well, it's shaping up to be another roller coaster day on Wall Street as investors react to President Trump's ever-changing tariff plan. Yesterday, stocks soared after Trump issued a 90-day pause on most of his levies. But as Fox's Rebecca Castor reports, some believe the damage is already done.
Yesterday's market rally turning out to be short-lived, as the Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ nosedive at the opening bell.
It's not over. I mean, these are the first skirmishes, and these tariffs debates will go on for perhaps many, many more months.
The poor start for Wall Street comes after President Trump lowered his import tax back to 10%, but raised tariffs for China.
China chose the path of going against Donald Trump. I mean, he said, don't retaliate. If you retaliate, then you're going to feel my wrath. And that's what happened.
White House officials say there are trade deals on the table from at least 15 countries. But some experts believe the damage is already done. J.P. Morgan still puts the likelihood for a U.S. recession at 60%, while Goldman Sachs lowered its prediction from 65 to 45%.
So just be cool. It's going to work out. It's a transition to... I think it's a transition to greatness.
But lawmakers view the president's negotiation tactics rather differently.
We have an absolute genius of an entrepreneur, number one, and one that loves our country and making sure that we're going to be, at the end of the day, in a much better position.
This is government by chaos. He keeps changing things from day to day.
The White House is cheering new numbers showing inflation cooled off last month. But analysts say that too could be short-lived if businesses pass along their tariff costs. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Well, Governor Gretchen Whitmer signing an executive directive today to boost skills training for young men. Right now, more women than men are taking advantage of the Michigan Reconnect program, which puts people on the path to earn more in good-paying jobs. And the governor, she wants to make an impact.
This is an issue that a lot of people didn't expect me to focus on. But if you've been paying attention to the work that I've done throughout my career, it's about ensuring that we are creating a level playing field, an opportunity for all. And when we see any demographic falling behind, it means we got to put our focus there. And that's what this is all about. I am, and I always will, continue to be a strong supporter of women's rights and freedoms. But that's never going to stop me from caring about and fighting for men, too. I want every Michigander to succeed, to have a path forward, to have a path to prosperity.
The initiative is part of a broader bipartisan movement where governors are leading the charge to increase economic opportunities and support the growing demand for skilled talent. Well, they say April showers bring May flowers, but what about April snow? Is there any more of that in the forecast? Let's get some answers from Derek Hevra. He's up next. Welcome back. Well, the Michigan Department of Natural Resources sharing a new view of destruction up north following that devastating ice storm. Now, this is the Pigeon River Country State Forest, northeast of Gaylord. The pine trees that are still standing now look much more like matchsticks. Crews are still clearing roads. So far, they've removed trees and other objects from more than 600 miles of roadways. Power restoration is also ongoing. Wow, what an incredible sight to see. And it was definitely an incredible sight to see this morning when I walked outside and I saw a little bit of snow on the ground. I wasn't loving that. Derek Evers here for an update on the forecast.
Explain yourself.
Come on, you're under investigation.
I'm being held personally accountable
yeah.
for the snow that we woke up to. That's fine. That's fine. But listen, 70 degrees and sunny. I better be hearing from you. I better be hearing from you both.
When's that happening?
Yeah, 3 months from now. So guys, very winter weather situation that we woke up to today.
Yes.
Those images, man, that drone video from up north is crazy. From all that ice that we had up there. That was a historic ice storm, and they're still dealing with the effects of that. I've got a camera shot I want you to see in just a second from some cleanup crews that are working up there as well. But here's what's happening down here. 37 degrees for Metro Detroit. It is a chilly one for sure. We're still dealing with that winter-type weather. Thankfully, most of the snow and precipitation is gone. Now, I'm not going to say all of the precipitation is gone because there's still this possibility for maybe a little bit of light drizzle, maybe some sprinkles out there through the afternoon. But largely, it's going to be cloudy, dreary, cold, just kind of yucky. It's kind of a yucky day expected out there today. We'll get through today. We'll start inching towards the weekend. We get a little bit better each and every day as we climb towards Monday next week, where we're going to see temperatures in the middle to maybe even upper 60s. In fact, some spots may be close to 70 degrees. Snow forecast over the next 48 hours. That's it. So it's way over there. So no more snow. So there's some good news for you. No more snow. And in fact, mostly dry weekend-wise as we head through the next 48 hours at the very least. Now, Sunday might have a spotty shower or two with a little bit of Sunday rain, but, Friday, Saturday, all looking pretty good. Here's today, 36 degrees, 39 by 4 p.m. 8 o'clock, we're looking at 38. So we don't really get out of the upper 30s. Maybe we briefly touch 40 degrees. There's a chance we could get to around like 41 or 42. But most of the day is going to be spent in the upper 30s. Rain chances, precip chances really drop off after we move beyond the next couple of hours. And even over the next couple of hours, it's only a small, like 15 to maybe 20%. 3-day forecast through the end of the work week and kicking into the weekend. You see those temperatures that do get into the 50s. I inched them slightly higher since I built that graphic. I've now, with new model data, inched it up to 55. On Saturday. That's good news. 55, 58 on Sunday. There's a chance of a shower on Sunday, but then 66, warmer air. Yes, a little bit of rain on Monday. Not a washout kind of rain, but yes, some rain. 66 degrees will feel better. You may then go, well, but come on, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we dropped down back into the 50s. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we're back to the upper 50s, even low 60s as we head into next weekend. So we get through the rest of this week, and really we get through today, Bree, and we are in much, much better shape.
The way I see it, we just got to get through all of this before we get to the nice weather, right? We're just getting it out the way.
Yes. I mean, April can be one of those months. Yeah. And I remember, I think part of it is that March was so nice. March was 6 degrees above average this year. Yeah, it was. We had multiple nice stretches in March where it was like...
I don't remember any snow or anything last month. Yeah.
No, like 65 degree, we had 65 to 70 degree stretches.
Yeah.
We had multiple 70 degree days in March. And so far, April has been the opposite of that. It's been so under average for April.
You know what? We're only 10 days into the month, right? So we still got 20 other days to get through.
That's right. We know the first half of the month, probably the first 20 days of the month are going to be a little bit cooler, but I'll tell you this, and this is good. I don't see any more 40-degree days. I see more like upper 50s and low 60s through the end of the month. So we're moving that way, not that way.
Mm-hmm. Love to see it. All right, Derek, we'll check in with you in a little bit.
Yep.
Well, if you can believe it, you can be it. These words helped a once homeless man in Detroit become a self-made millionaire. He went from sleeping in his car outside fancy houses to buying one of those fancy houses himself. Fox 2's Dave Spencer shows us how.
Help you today?
Hey, Emily, I'm with Dave Spencer from Fox 2 News.
The voice on the other end of this phone call is Emily. And as real as it sounds, it is in fact artificial intelligence, the latest creation of the very real Mario Kelly.
I have something called Believe in AI. It's an academy where it's also an AI assistant with emotional intelligence. You can have a 10 to 40-minute conversation. It answers the phone for you. It makes appointments.
Mario is a self-described man of action, pouncing on every opportunity that comes his way, a trait that started back in childhood.
I wanted the Nintendo games, or I wanted to go to the arcade on Woodward. My mother said you had to get a job in order if you want to go to the arcade.
After working at a Ford plant and then Jacobson's, Mario eventually found himself unemployed.
At the same time, I was still living in my van. I was homeless, had got divorced. I'm from the east side, but I had manifested that I wanted to live in an area called Rosedale Park. So I would go over there every night, find a different house to sit in front of.
He says through manifestation and a belief in himself, inspiration took hold.
I put the word Believe 313 on a rubber band, and I would go downtown and just sell rubber bands.
And one day, opportunity came knocking at one door in particular.
Police were putting an abatement sticker on a house one day, and I rolled past it and I said, what's going on? They said, we've been giving him tickets for 2 years.
He contacted the owner of that very home and offered $6,500.
He took that money, and then I just worked on the house room by room.
Other doors started to open, and Mario didn't hesitate to walk through. For instance, while touring a Shinola factory.
We walked into a room, it was filthy, it was dirty. And they were like, oh, I'm sorry, our cleaning company is terrible. I said, I have a cleaning company.
He didn't exactly have a cleaning company yet, but he did have $27 worth of cleaning supplies.
They told me, give us a proposal. You know, I went home and tried to figure out how much it would cost to do a building of this size.
He got the job, and 313 Cleaning was born. Then came the next opportunity.
In 2021, no one wanted to go to work.
Right.
So I said, let me start Believe 313 staffing.
Word spread of his success, which again led to new chances.
I started hiring a lot of returning citizens. And they would tell me, man, your story is, we talk about your story to people in jail all the time. So I said, I need to share my story.
So he did.
I'm the cleaning guy. Sure. You know, my whole journey started with cleaning. So
let's do that.
Yeah, let's show them where it started at, where the $27 started at.
That may have been where it started, but Mario Kelly has no idea where it will end, and he says that's a good place to be.
Let me know if there's anything else I can assist you with.
Thank you so much, Emily.
Mario Kelly does have a success story for sure, but it's not a unique one. He says he simply believed in himself and the ideas he had and acted on an opportunity as it presented himself, something we can all do. For Money Works, I'm Dave Spencer.
All right, well, a big deal today in the fashion world, creating an Italian powerhouse. We'll talk about that and so much more when Ronya Shimona joins us up next. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live. I'm your host, Bree Teamer, and we've got our extra special friend here. We see her every day, Monday through Friday. Her name is Ronya Shimon.
Oh, look at you doing it the Chaldean way.
That's how you pronounce it.
I love it. Thanks, Bree.
Yeah. What you got today?
You know, this story just coming in not too long ago, a big deal decision in the fashion world. It has to do with Prada. They just bought Versace, creating an ultimate Italian fashion powerhouse. The deal, nearly $1.4 billion. Prada is looking to expand while Versace has been operating at a loss in the last few quarters. Now, the deal follows last month's announcement that Donatella Versace was stepping down as the chief creative officer of the brand, which was founded by her late brother, Gianni. This transaction is expected to close later this year. This will be very interesting because France has always kind of been the fashion mecca luxury brand country. So this decision, this deal, Prada Versace, will now make Italy the Italian luxury fashion designer. But here's the thing. Prada is known for certain things. Versace is known for certain things. So is this going to change both brands? It'll be interesting to see.
I would hope not. I would hope that they would keep things separate because, I mean, there's different demographics that buy each brand. A lot of people like the iconic designs that Versace does. And some people like to keep it a little bit more simple, and that's what Prada is. So, I mean, you got to just know your target audience here.
Yeah, very interesting. I'll definitely continue to follow this, let you guys know. If you know, fashion is my thing. So we'll see. All right, if you're looking to be rich, all you got to do, maybe, is make your bed. At least that's according to a new study. Researchers studying the habits of wealthy people have discovered that those who make their bed every morning have increased chances of becoming a millionaire by 206%.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a pretty high number. Now, other habits that can also help, including writing to-do lists, controlling your emotions, and smiling at neighbors. That's kind of an odd one. My thing is I think if you are the person that has habits or tasks list, or you're always accomplishing things on a daily basis, maybe you're just more prone to seek millionaire status because you're on it, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's not the making your bed. Maybe it's just having the tasks and doing them.
Yeah, I have heard this before, this whole phenomenon, you know, that you may be a millionaire if you wake up in the morning and you make your bed, because it's like you're tackling the first task of the day.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't.
Well, you know, Bree, I'm going to tell you something. I've been making my bed for 40 plus years, and I have not achieved millionaire status yet. So I don't know if I agree with that one.
I feel like there's got to be something else to back it up. Like there's got to be some other correlation between millionaires and making your bed.
Yeah, and 206%. Pretty hefty number.
Yeah, it's got to be something else.
All right, we are, a few weeks away from summer, hopefully.
Are we?
Barbecue season. I mean, I like to say a few weeks, but it's really like a couple of months, right?
Some brisket sounds so good right now.
Beef brisket? Okay, let me ask you. Do you like barbecue? Like in general?
Yeah.
Do you like mac and cheese?
Yeah.
Would you mix the two?
No.
Because this concoction, Kraft mac and cheese, has now come up with a smoky barbecue mac and cheese. It will be available nationwide, but for a limited edition. So if you want this, you got to stock up. It's only slated to stick around until midsummer. And if you're not a fan of the smoky barbecue notes, there are two separate snack size flavors as well, as you can see on the screen right there, jalapeno and ranch. Question. When it comes to, first of all, mac and cheese is mac and cheese. I don't know about mixing flavors, but let's just say you're eating barbecue and you have a side of mac and cheese. I don't know if you're like me, but I'm a little OCD. I can't mix the two. So if the barbecue sauce touches the mac and cheese, it's a no-go for me.
Yeah.
Tom's laughing at me. Tom thinks I'm so Yeah, I
don't know about mixing the two. I'm not a fan, but I'm also just not really a fan of that kind of mac and cheese. I like the one that has the creamy packet that you pour in there and it gets all creamy. I think that the Velveeta. That one has the powdered cheese, and I don't like that. I can't do it. Well, I got powdered cheese that's flavored like barbecue. I'm not feeling it.
What about the ranch, the jalapeno? Tom, I could see you as a barbecue.
It's a thumbs down for me.
You would try the barbecue.
I would try none of them. None of them at all.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
Mac and cheese. We
got time for
if
that.
You're going to create different versions of mac and cheese, create different versions of mac and cheese with different cheeses.
Yes.
But not condiments.
Yeah, no, I can't do that. So nope, I'm sorry.
That one generated a lot of comments, by the way.
Did it?
So on Twitter.
I'm sure it did, because people
X.
love their food and people love mac and cheese.
Yes.
But I just can't do it. No, it's not for me.
Speaking of which, can we wrap this? I need a mac and cheese bowl right now. I'm ready for mac and cheese.
All right. We will see you in a couple minutes.
All right.
All right, well, we've got a pretty cool way for you to relax this weekend. It's called dry floating, and the only place you can do it is right here in the Metro Detroit area. We'll tell you more about that coming up. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live. I'm your host, Bree Teamer. 1:32 is the time. 37 degrees is the temp. All right, well, tariff time out. President Trump puts a pause on virtually all his tariffs for 90 days. The move sent stocks soaring, but will it last? I can tell you it's not lasting. The Dow is actually down just as much as it was up yesterday. So if that's any indication on how things are going. But another big question that folks have is how it's going to affect the auto industry. Fox's Dave Canton takes a look.
Something certainly we've been talking about for a period of time. and we decided to pull the trigger.
President Donald Trump announcing a 90-day pause on widespread tariffs for most countries, a major turn following several days of tumbling stocks and global trade worries.
I didn't know it would have that kind of an impact, but it's, I think we have the biggest increase in the history of the stock market. That's pretty good.
That pause, however, does not include China. The Trump administration now slapping a 125% levy on China after it retaliated with an 84% tax hike on the U.S. Experts say the ongoing tit for tat could be an even bigger problem for the auto industry, still facing active 25% tariffs on imported cars and parts, especially from China.
We have a tariff bomb that has dropped and blown up the auto industry, and that has not changed.
Jan Griffiths is a former executive at an auto parts supplier who says the longer the auto tariffs stay in place, the worse it will be for Michigan workers.
We will see more layoffs. Companies will have no choice. If the car prices increase, then buyers are not going to buy the cars. We'll have to scale back production. If you scale back production, you have to lay people off.
Meantime.
So as I've said before, I'm not against tariffs outright, but it is a blunt tool.
Governor Gretchen Whitmer drawing a gentle contrast with the Trump administration on tariffs while outlining shared priorities in a speech in Washington, D.C. called Build America Build. She's on a campaign for bipartisan ways to bolster American manufacturing.
This year and in the years to come, no matter who is in the White House, we need to be betting on American workers. We need to bring chip manufacturers back home.
Well, a bit later, the governor went to the White House along with State House Speaker, the Republican Speaker, Matt Hall, to talk, among other things, fish preservation in the Great Lakes. The president did say that Governor Whitmer is doing a good job. This is a long journey from his criticism a few years ago of Governor Whitmer, calling her that woman from Michigan during the height of the COVID pandemic response. In downtown Detroit, Dave Kinchin.
All right, well, a social media post by the president sparking questions about possible insider trading. Earlier yesterday morning, the president posted this. It reads, quote, "This is a great time to buy," and includes his initials, DJT. Now, around 4 hours later, the president announced his 90-day tariff pause, sending stocks soaring. Now, if you didn't know, DJT, those are the president's initials, but they're also the stock symbol for the parent company of Truth Social, the social media company owned by the president. Its stock jumped 23%. At least one Democratic senator is calling for an investigation into whether this was a market manipulation. Well, growing criticism targeting the Department of Health and Human Services. Now, this is in response to the measles outbreak, which has so far killed 2 people. One of them, a girl who had no underlying conditions. The virus spreading in the unvaccinated community. Now, despite recently resisting calls to encourage MMR vaccines, Kennedy now supports them. But his critics say it's a little too late for that.
There are 2 children in Texas that are dead now. And you going to visit them does not take away from the fact that it was completely avoidable.
We need to take care of these little ones. It is our obligation. It is the obligation of every member of this elected body. Amen. And let's call them to task when they don't do the obvious thing.
The Department of Government Efficiency targeting Health and Human Services for some major cuts. Last week, Kennedy said some of the 10,000 jobs at the department would be reinstated because they were cut accidentally. Well, in HealthWorks, millions of Americans suffer with chronic low back pain, and there are not a whole lot of treatments out there to get you back going besides painkillers and physical therapy. But a new study finds your mind could offer relief. That's according to researchers at the University of California. They recruited nearly 800 patients being treated for severe low back pain and put them on programs involving mindfulness, meditation, and cognitive behavioral therapy. The meditation group was taught to focus on sensations so they could better control their response. The CBT group attended group therapy sessions focused on changing negative thoughts and behaviors. The researchers say after practicing the techniques 6 days a week for 12 months, the participants in both groups reported less pain, improved physical function, and better quality of life. The findings are published in JAMA Network Open. All right, well, spring is here, and that also means that allergies are. Fox 2's Dina Santafanti gives us some tips on what to look out for this season.
In HealthWorks, you know the feeling you step outside and suddenly you're feeling itchy, watery, just miserable. It's seasonal allergies. The doctor's in to tell us what we need to do to feel better.
That's a long fly ball.
For sports fans, it's baseball. For beer drinkers, it's Oberon. And for nature lovers, it's the blooms. All signs of springtime. But you know what else is? Allergies. Most of the time, you can blame pollen, a microscopic particle that irritates us.
That pollen comes into our system, it creates like a chemical reaction in our immune system. Our immune system recognizes those proteins and then starts fighting it by releasing mediators such as histamine. And then we see the aftermath of the histamine affecting our body. So we get watery, itchy eyes, sneezing, congestion.
Corewell Health allergist Dr. Devon Doshi has a 3-part action plan. First, keep the fresh air outside.
Keeping doors and windows closed, running the fan or the air conditioning at home where you're having air circulate inside, but it's a cleaner environment so that when you come home, you feel better.
When it comes to that cleaner environment, our four-legged friends aren't helping. They're probably adding to the contamination. That pollen is lurking everywhere.
So that pollen is in our clothing, it's in our hair, it's on our shoes. So you probably want to change your clothes, take your shoes off, and even potentially consider showering to get a lot of that pollen off so we're not tracking it through the house. Also, wiping down your pet's paws, probably another thing. If we're walking our pets out, pollen is in their fur, but it's also on their paws, and you want to make sure that you wipe that off so they're not tracking it into the house or on our furniture.
And, if needed, every day, take an antihistamine before you even step outside.
You want to try to just use an antihistamine. You want to try to avoid some of the combination products that may contain a decongestant, which may not be an appropriate medication to use if you have underlying health conditions like high blood pressure. So maybe just picking one medicine, starting with that.
And if it seems like nothing is working, all those over-the-counter medications, then it's time maybe to go to the doctor and really get specifics on what you are allergic to exactly, and maybe take your treatment to the next level. That's HealthWorks. I'm Dina Santafanti.
Well, there are so many different ways to relax these days, but this option we're going to talk about is both unique and it's pretty exclusive. It's called dry floating and sunlight therapy, and you can do both of these things at Colorbox in Birmingham. Its founder and owner, Kendra Geralt, is here to tell us more. Kendra, welcome to the show.
Thanks.
Yeah, so this was really interesting. When I came across this, I think I was just scrolling on Instagram on my feed, and I came across Colorbox, and something called dry floating came up, and I was just like, I've got to learn more about this. So why don't you just tell us what it is?
Well, it is amazing. So it's kind of like a treatment table that you would have if you went to, get a massage or a facial. Mm-hmm. There's a platform, but then the platform comes out from underneath you very, very slowly, and it goes all the way to the ground. So you're completely submersed in water. Your body's completely suspended. Wow. And then you have these wraps that go around you, and the water actually comes across your body. So it creates compression. So there's like a weighted blanket situation there. Mm-hmm. So that brings your nervous system completely to neutral. Mm-hmm. And so you're getting a physical relaxation, but also, a nervous system relaxation for, anxiety, stress, depression, but also chronic pain and things that are physical.
So I've tried floating before, but I've tried the wet version where you're actually submerged in the salt water. How is that different?
Well, you're not getting wet. So there's no pre-shower, there's no salt in your hair. If you float for an hour, it's actually just an hour of floating instead of half hour before, half hour after. Mm-hmm. So, but the other thing is when you're wet floating, you actually have to move a little bit, to keep your body, afloat. Mm-hmm. And so with this, you literally can fall asleep, meditate. You can just completely leave the room.
I love that. That is such my jam. Now, something else that you guys do, which is, I think you're the only wellness spa in the country that does this, the sunlight therapy. Tell us about that.
Yes, so it's actually called Sabia Med, and the technology comes from Germany. They have them all over the place in Europe. And basically you get, full day sun like you were on the beach in Miami in 30 minutes. So you get a sunrise, a full day sun, and sunset in 30 minutes. So all those trees and plants that you see, those are all live. They thrive in there. So, for me, the proof is in the pudding. Something is happening in there. So what that's good for is like mood boosting, vitamin D production, hormone balancing, to help you sleep like a baby. And, even on our sunny days here in Michigan, you're not actually sitting in the sun. It might boost your mood a little bit because we feel better when it's out, but, we're all trying to protect ourselves from harmful rays. And so you could sit in here for 2 weeks and you'd never get suntan. There's no harmful rays whatsoever, so no contraindications.
Yeah, that's definitely a huge pro when it comes to doing it this way. But something that we can probably compare this to, or maybe we can't, is red light therapy. How is it different from the infrared red light therapy?
That's a completely different spectrum. So that's more for like wrinkles, acne, that kind of stuff. This is really more for vitamin D production and just your overall wellness.
And I love that because I actually am due for my vitamin D shot, and the vitamin D does so much for the body. I don't think that we realize how much energy that it actually gives us and all the science behind it.
Yes, and we're definitely all deprived. We all definitely need a little bit of vitamin D. So when you leave there, you just feel like better instantly. It happens first time.
So this is the wellness portion of Colorbox. Tell us a little bit about the other side of the business.
So our wellness portion has been open for a year, and on these dry flotation beds, you also can do, you can add a scalp massage, a foot massage. We do facials, regular massage, body treatments. And then on our other side, where we started, that's where we do all of our hygienic manicures, pedicures. I mean, our pedicures are amazing. You lay in a lounge, you have a neck wrap, an eye pillow. I mean, it's completely different. So we use steam towels and heat. It's like a facial on your feet. Pretty incredible.
I love this. And tell us where we can connect with you, where you guys located, all the things.
So we are on Cole Street in Birmingham. We have 2 entrances. We're on Instagram, just like everybody else. So Colorbox Birmingham, Facebook. Our phone number is 248-707-3500. We have memberships. We're open on Sundays, appointment only. So come check us out.
All right. Kendra, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Of course. Well, a groundbreaking day yesterday at Detroit City Airport as a sightseeing company celebrates a major milestone. The business called My Flight will soon have a permanent facility at the airport, marking a major investment in aviation. Fox 2's Ingrid Kelly has that story.
Touring Detroit from the sky by helicopter is a growing passion.
Great.
It's phenomenal.
It's great. You love it.
It's a really great bucket list experience for a lot of people.
The experience offered by My Flight Tours is growing so rapidly that the company is breaking ground on its new 12,000 plus square foot facility located at Detroit City Airport. In fact, this is the first new commercial development at City Airport in over 60 years.
So we will be open during construction. We operate here in Detroit 7 days a week. All of our tours go right downtown, so we offer 4 different tour options.
And there's so many options of aerial views.
We actually just had a new tour. It's called the Bridge Tour, and it brings you to the Gordie Howe Bridge. You'll see the new train station, as well as the Ambassador Bridge and everything downtown.
And the owners say to take My Flight, all you need is a little bit of cash and a desire to see things from above.
And $55 will get you down a tour of downtown Detroit. And so people who have lived here for years and they've, gone to Tigers games, they've gone to Lions games, but they've never got to see it from that perspective. That is the coolest part of it.
And as My Flight grows, it's also helping City Airport reach new heights by allowing it to gain more in federal funding.
we're able to see an increase of to $1.3 million a year in federal funding for our infrastructure.
And what is that going to do for this airport?
Oh, it's going to be transformational. In fact, this development is transformation. It's the first of many to come. Someone had to be first, and I'm just so proud that it's my flight.
In Detroit, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
All right, let's check on the weather with Derek Kevra. Here he is in his blazer, no tie though.
No, it's the cool look.
Keeping
I
it
want to look
casual.
cool.
Yeah.
I want to look like you, Bree. I want to look
I
stylish.
put on some sunglasses.
Yeah, like like people see you walking, they're like, that person knows fashion.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm going for. How am I doing? It's just
room for improvement.
I appreciate the honesty. I really do.
I mean, you could have put like a little pin right
Pin?
here, swagged it out.
Do you have any over there?
I don't.
We got anything that'll work?
No.
Like literally anything? Yeah, give me that.
I got a keychain.
See,
No,
look at this.
that doesn't work.
No. Just wait a second. People are gonna think it's cool.
No. That doesn't
like,
look cool at all.
Looks like a military medal.
That doesn't look cool at all.
It looks like a military medal. It does.
It lights up too.
Watch this. How about now, Bree? Wait.
It's not lighting up.
There you go.
Oh.
What do you think now?
I guess it's multi-purpose.
Look at that.
Has a multi-purpose
I'm keeping it
over
there.
here. Multifunctional.
People, I bet you if I walked down the hallway, though, people would be like, "Hey, where'd you get that from?"
No, they
and they'd be like, "Oh, this?
No,
this
they
is,
wouldn't.
Community service.
You know
Community
what?
service."
They really would. As you just got to put Weather Boys on it, or Fox 2. Then
Right.
they'd really ask. Better yet, do it like Prada.
I like it. I like it a lot. Wait, was Prada the one that just was bought by Versace? One of them was that right?
Yeah.
See, look at me. I know my
you.
stuff.
You know, you do know your stuff, but that's more of a Balenciaga thing. That whole.
Is that? Oh, God bless
yeah.
you. I'm sorry. What?
All right.
Okay. Sorry.
All right.
All right, let me get into we got to get into this here. Sky Tracker. Okay, what do we see? Well, a lot of us woke up to some snow on the ground, snow on the grass, on the garden beds. Not a ton sticking to the roadways, which is fine. Still a couple of showers out there, though. You'll see them across the state there, up near Flint and off to the north in Port Huron as well. But remember last time you saw me about 20 minutes ago, I talked about that live shot where people were doing some work up north Michigan because of those historic ice storms. This is that shot that I was telling you about. You're looking live on Mackinac Island right now. This is our live Mackinac Island camera. And these are crews right in here working on getting all those trees and limbs that were frozen and snapped in that historic ice storm. They have piled all of them up right here. So this is a pile. Now remember, no cars there, so they have to lug all that stuff away with like ATVs and things like that. But they're working, there was a huge area right in here where there was just massive limbs down. So, I mean, I've kind of been watching this for hours now, just these crews working and working and working. Look at these trees. I mean, you can just see right in there. Those are where the tree limbs just snapped right off. So it's a rough, I mean, it really is a rough situation off to the north. You showed video earlier of Gaylord, and then this is live video right now coming in from Mackinac Island. Still doing the cleanup up there after those storms. All right, so snowflakes, what do we see when we woke up this morning? About 1 to 2 inches. 2 inches was the higher limit from Ann Arbor to Cement City. That is down in Lenawee County. But again, most of that, if not all of that, not really sticking to the roadways or the sidewalks, but instead just the grass, the mulch beds, the flower beds, things like that. Chance of a little shower, a little sprinkle. It's a possibility as we move through the next couple of hours, but things are fairly quiet for us. Notice a severe thunderstorm warning just south of St. Louis as some more active weather starts to develop across parts of the country, but not our part of the country. Clouds stick around through today. It's going to be kind of a yucky, dreary-looking day. Heading overnight, we'll transition from mostly cloudy to partly cloudy, and then through Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we do anticipate seeing a little bit more sunshine, which is good as temperatures do start to go up. We're looking at 50s, mid-50s, and then low 60s by the time the weekend wraps up. Today, though, not that day. Today is still a cold day. We want to be closer to normal, 56 degrees. That is what is normal this time of the year. Instead, we're like 20 degrees less than that right now, 20 degrees less than that. So it is chilly. Again, those highs get to like 41, maybe 42 degrees with winds around 10 to 20 miles per hour. 33 tonight as it remains cold. 33 with a 10-mile-an-hour wind. Makes it feel more like the middle 20s when we're waking up early tomorrow morning. So we're still dealing with these chilly starts to the day. That's true Saturday as well. We've got baseball practice 10 a.m. Saturday morning. And you look at Saturday afternoon and you go, oh, good, 55 degrees. That's good. 10 a.m. Saturday will still be like 39 or 40 degrees. So it's still pretty chilly early in the day. But the afternoons are a lot better. That takes us into next week, 66 on Monday.
All right, Derek. Mic drop. I have no questions.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
All
You're
right.
off the hook today. Yeah.
Really nice.
Well, give it back.
Pretty good.
Give it back so Tom can do it next
How about
week.
this? Are you streaming the 2?
No, I'm not.
I was gonna say I'll leave it on and I'll let you know what people say, but
I mean, you can let our viewers know.
Well, I just want to let you know. I want to let you know, Bree.
Well,
that's okay. You know what? We'll try another dumb experiment later this week.
yeah, let's
That'll
do
be
that. When you're working,
Yeah.
we
I'm
never
working.
see each other anymore.
I just work in different hours than you, Bree. I'm
Yeah.
here. Look at that.
All right, enough.
All right, see you.
All right, more of Fox 2 Detroit Live when we continue. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live.
Is my life since you came?
Motown legend Smokey Robinson still has it. He's singing, songwriting, and touring all at the age of 85. Smokey is performing on his Legacy Tour, which already made a stop in our area. Smokey was born and raised right here in Detroit. He helped put Motown on the map. He's on the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and in the Songwriters Hall of Fame, but it's great to see that this legend is still out there doing his thing at 85 years old. I hope that I can still do all that when I'm 85. Well, former First Lady Michelle Obama is shutting down rumors her and her husband Barack Obama are heading for a divorce. Now, while speaking on Sophia Bush's Work in Progress podcast, Michelle talked about life after leaving the White House. She says she decided to skip several recent high-profile events because it was what was best for her. Obama says that she's become more reflective on how she spends her time now that she has full control. She added that her newfound independence likely sparked the speculation, but says she and her husband, they are doing just fine, so leave them alone.
You're running ads through me? Have you tried espresso grande? The beans are roasted slow and long for a richer, smoother taste.
Well, streaming today on Netflix, the return of the hugely popular sci-fi series Black Mirror. It's been described as the Twilight Zone for technology. Now, this is season 7, featuring 6 standalone stories. Some of the stars making appearances are Rashida Jones, Issa Rae, I love her, Paul Giamatti, Tracy Ellis Ross, and so many other people. I can't wait to binge this weekend. It's super good. All right, well, that is all for me this hour. I will be back here at 3 o'clock to bring you everything you need to know. Ronya Shimon is up next, and I will see you then.
Thanks for joining us on this Thursday, April 10th. I'm your host, Ronya Shimon, and you're watching Fox 2 Detroit live at 2.
Live from the Fox 2 Newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
A child now back with his family today after an early morning carjacking. The chaos unfolding across several cities. Fox 2's Robin Murdoch tells us what happened.
You know, this really is every parent's worst nightmare, to come to a gas station, have your car stolen with your 8-year-old inside. That is exactly what happened at this gas station right behind me on the city's west side. Thankfully, that little boy has been found, but certainly this was a scary scenario for everyone involved. This BP gas station near 7 Mile and Grand River on the city's west side, busy with Detroit police officers around 1 on Thursday morning. Instead of customers filling up with gas, the reason, we were told a suspect allegedly stole a 2011 Chevy Impala. Turns out, though, there was a young child in the back seat at the time, a frightening ordeal for that child, his family, and investigators who knew time was of the essence here. DPD, along with MSP and Redford Police, immediately immediately began searching the area for that stolen car and the boy inside it. We are told Novi police eventually got involved when the driver lost control and crashed on westbound I-96 near Novi Road. The child was unharmed, thankfully, but taken to the hospital to get checked out as a precaution, while the suspect was taken into custody, ending the horrific chain of events. Now, we have been told that the suspect has been turned over to Detroit police. Investigators are not saying much about who he is at this point, only that he is an adult male. Of course, everyone just thankful, though, that the situation ended as it did, and this 8-year-old boy is okay after what he went through this morning. Of course, we will continue to follow this story for you. Reporting from the city's west side, I'm Robin Murdoch, Fox 2 News.
The CEO of Troy's Oxford Center posting a $2 million bond. Tamela Patterson is charged with second-degree murder for the death of 5-year-old Thomas Cooper. Cooper died in a hyperbaric oxygen chamber explosion back in January at the facility. Patterson is accused of directing workers to manipulate the machines to avoid maintenance, which investigators say ultimately led to the explosion. Prosecutors say Patterson also tried to hide evidence. 3 employees are also charged in this case. A tragic scene at a home in Dearborn Heights where police say a man murdered his girlfriend before turning the gun on himself. We're told the victims were both in their 60s. Investigators say it happened in the garage of the home on William Street around 2:30 Wednesday. By the time police arrived, both were already dead.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I've known him since I was about 10 years old. None at all. Very mild guy, mild-mannered, never had issues, never had any arguments with any of the neighbors or anything, so I don't get it.
Investigators believe this started with an argument over the status of their relationship. 3 more witnesses taking the stand in a preliminary exam for a man accused in a mass shooting in Detroit. 19-year-old Demetrius Shaw is facing charges with 36 felonies, including murder and assault with intent to murder. Prosecutors say he opened fire during a block party on Rossini Drive, killing 2 people and injuring 19 others last summer. The bullets allegedly flying after 2 women got into an altercation.
In your opinion, why would this have been a retaliation shooting?
Due to the ongoing gang activity.
So earlier you talked about this was a party in I think you said there was a red zone?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Corey is affiliated with who?
With the Bloods, the red.
Okay. But who gave this party in the red zone?
Be the Crips.
All right. And so what you're saying is, well, explain that a little bit. Why would that be an issue?
They're rival gangs.
The hearing will resume Monday when the judge will decide if there's enough evidence to send Shaw to trial. A Flint man accused of going on a Christmas Eve shooting spree in Oxford could face a long-term prison sentence. Oakland County prosecutor Karen McDonald is requesting an enhanced sentence for Malik Webb. Investigators say he shot and killed a woman who stopped to help him after a crash. He's also accused of shooting and wounding 2 other Good Samaritans. McDonald wants to charge Webb as a, quote, super habitual offender. To ensure that he's convicted, he goes to prison for at least 25 years if that does happen. Webb is due back in court next month. A Wayne County man sentenced to 40 to 60 years in prison today for the murder of his former girlfriend back in February. 24-year-old Joseph Slocum shot and killed 19-year-old Veronica Crane while she was working the front desk at the Comfort Suites Hotel in Canton. Crane was his ex-girlfriend. More than 1 million gallons of raw sewage dumped into the Red Run drain, and the Macomb County Public Works Commissioner says their neighbors are to blame. Candace Miller says minimally treated sewage from Oakland County was dumped into the basin on DeQuinder Road last week. She says her staff discovered sanitary wipes, condoms, and tampons in the area, in the shrubs, the trees, at the outfall of the GWK basin. Miller is calling on Oakland County to fix the problem. However, Oakland County's Water Resource Commissioner tells us their system falls within the state's standards. course, we'll continue to follow that story. It's shaping up to be another roller coaster day on Wall Street as investigators react to President Trump's ever-changing tariff plan. Yesterday, stocks soaring after Trump issued a 90-day pause on most of his levies. But as Fox's Rebecca Castor reports, some believe the damage is already done.
Yesterday's market rally turning out to be short-lived as the Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ nosedive at the opening bell.
It's not over. I mean, these are the first skirmishes, and these tariffs debates will go on for perhaps many, many more months.
The poor start for Wall Street comes after President Trump lowered his import tax back to 10%, but raised tariffs for China.
China chose the path of going against Donald Trump. I mean, he said, don't retaliate. If you retaliate, then you're going to feel my wrath, and that's what happened.
White House officials say there are trade deals on the table from at least 15 countries, but some experts believe the damage is already done. J.P. Morgan still puts the likelihood for a U.S. recession at 60%, while Goldman Sachs lowered its prediction from 65 to 45%.
So just be cool. It's going to work out. It's a transition to... I think it's a transition to greatness.
But lawmakers view the president's negotiation tactics rather differently.
We have an absolute genius of an entrepreneur, number one, and one that loves our country and making sure that we're going to be, at the end of the day, in a much better position.
This is government by chaos. He keeps changing things from day to day.
The White House is cheering new numbers showing inflation cooled off last month, but analysts say that too could be short-lived if businesses pass along their tariff costs. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Governor Gretchen Whitmer signing an executive directive today to boost skills training for young men. Right now, more women than men are taking advantage of the Michigan Reconnect program, which puts people on the path to earn more in good-paying jobs. And the governor wants to change that.
This is an issue that a lot of people didn't expect me to focus on. But if you've been paying attention to the work that I've done throughout my career, it's about ensuring that we are creating a level playing field, an opportunity for all. And when we see any demographic falling behind, it means we got to put our focus there. And that's what this is all about. I am, and I always will, continue to be a strong supporter of women's rights and freedoms, but that's never going to stop me from caring about and fighting for men, too. I want every Michigander to succeed, to have a path forward, to have a path to prosperity.
The initiative is part of a border bipartisan movement where governors are leading the charge to increase economic opportunities and support growing demand for skilled talent. They say April showers bring May flowers, but if you look at that screen, I think we are far from that. We've had a lot of snow here, but is there more to come? Well, we'll hear from Derek Kevra. Fox 2 Detroit Live is just getting started. Don't go anywhere, guys. Time now, 2:10. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live at 2. A gloomy day outside. Hopefully that doesn't stick around. All right, a Livonia woman is asking for help to find her missing dog. She says she lost her 4-year-old legged friend after she hit a pothole. Fox 2's Ingrid Kelly has more.
It happened Wednesday morning as Aslan Kaminsky drove over a pothole near Plymouth and Newburgh in Livonia.
It was definitely just like my whole car fell.
But what happened next has Aslan devastated.
My dog, he freaked out because it was a very large drop, and he got out through the window, took off across Newburgh.
Aslan tried to catch him.
I left everything in my car. I took off after him.
But unfortunately, Charlie hasn't been seen since.
I haven't been able to eat. I'm in pain from the accident.
Aslan has a passion for animals and works at Michigan Humane.
It just tears me up that I was taking him to work to try to help get him better.
Aslan says Charlie has some medical issues, but she admits Charlie has worked to make her feel better.
I got him to help me grieve the loss of my other dog.
And Aslan says she filed a police report in hopes of getting all the help she can to find Charlie.
We have a lost dog book, and then the officers, if they come across the dog, number one, will try to catch it themselves.
Charlie is a German Shepherd Pyrenees mix. He's not chipped, but he's wearing...
It's a Arcadia Trail collar. It's like blue and pink with mountain design on it. He has a tag that has his name. As well as my name, phone number.
And as the search continues, there's road work near Newburgh and Plymouth at the site of that crater. But right now, Aslan just wants Charlie home.
He's a very important part of my life.
In Livonia, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
And we do want to update you that dog is still missing. So if you see her dog, please help her out. All right, time now for a quick weather check. Fox 2 meteorologist Derek Kevra in the house. Derek.
Yes.
I don't know how to...
Sorry, I'm busy. Hold on.
No.
Oh,
we need you. We need you
okay,
immediately.
Sorry.
Because I don't know how to feel about today. The gloom and doom, you got to brighten up our mood.
I know it is yucky. I mean, there's like really no better word to describe today than yucky. Yeah. It's just a yucky day. It's 2:15. Temperatures are still in the upper 30s. I mean, it is just a yucky, dreary kind of day around here.
What kind of day?
Yucky. It's a yucky day. So we're going to be dealing with this, Ronya, for the day. It will improve slowly, little tiny bit every single day from here as we move into the weekend. What I mean by that is today we're stuck in the low 40s. Tomorrow we're going to be dealing with temperatures. They'll probably be near 50, then 55, then about 60 as we head towards the end of the weekend. A little bit of light kind of sprinkle, drizzly activity taking place. We're looking live again up north. This is Mackinac Island right here where crews continue to work on all those downed limbs and trees from that historic ice storm. You see those people that are working? They are accumulating all of the sticks and branches in that pile right there. So that's... sad situation for areas off to the north. That ice was historic. I mean, you were talking about some spots where the ice was like an inch thick, and so trees they're still cleaning that up, and they will be cleaning that up for a while, unfortunately. For us, our snow did really not stick to the roads or the sidewalks. It did stick to the grassy surfaces, garden beds, things like that. But it's already really melted with temperatures that have been above freezing. And then we go, above freezing, it's so cold outside. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it is cold outside, but it is above freezing. I mean, freezing is 32 degrees. We've been at about 36, 37 for hours. So a lot of that snow has slowly, gradually melted, making for kind of a soggy ground. So probably a lot of muddy dog paws. Like if you have a pet and you let the pet outside, so if you have a pet like a dog or a cat or a bearded dragon, you let them outside, bring them back in, you might be dealing with some muddy feet over the next 24 hours. 35, 36, 37 degrees for our temperatures. It is chilly. It will only get to the low 40s today. We do drop off again tonight near freezing. There could be a few icy spots, especially in the outer suburbs. 41, 42 will probably do it for today. 33 going to be that overnight low. It will be partly cloudy. We transition a little bit from yucky, that's today, remember, yucky, to mostly cloudy to partly cloudy. And then hopefully, mercifully, a little bit of sunshine around here for Friday and Saturday. We see those temperatures from 50 to 55 degrees. A little vitamin D is good. 58 on Sunday, 66, but a few passing showers expected as we head into Monday, Ronya.
Does it typically snow around Easter? I can't remember. feel like we always have a
do
snowfall.
average a couple inches of April snow every year. So it is not abnormal for us to get April snow. There have been at least a couple Easters where we've had some snow, and I know this because my father-in-law is a pastor, and on Easter morning they do a sunrise church service, and there have been services where it has snowed, and he has not been happy with me on those Easters.
I can't even imagine. By the way, you will be very proud to know I have hired someone to remove my Christmas lights.
Really?
Finally. So they are getting removed this week. So
Wait. This makes me unhappy. Because I thought you were waiting because you wanted to take them down when it was warmer and not icy.
And then I gave up because it hasn't been that warm. And then when it got warm, I was too busy trying to go out and enjoy the weather and didn't take down the lights.
See, if you're going to hire somebody, you could have hired somebody back in January.
I know, tell me
and
about it.
now I would say don't spend the money, save the couple $100 and just wait like 3 more weeks and you'll be in good shape.
Well, see, he's also fixing some shrubbery.
Oh,
so,
I see. Okay, yeah. Oh, that makes sense.
It's kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. It's like a bundle. It's a bundle. Yeah. You bundle it and you save. Yeah. Okay.
Well, thanks, Eric. Tom's cracking up at us here. All right. Your favorite Detroit couples are back for another season of Love and Marriage Detroit. One of the cast members joining us live to tell us what we can expect. And I think she has a little dirt to dish. So stick around. Fox 2 Detroit Live at 2. We'll be right back.
I'm back in the crib. Officially.
Hurrah.
And it's been a mess. The house has been a mess.
But
I think it's just my presence. We just have more fun when I'm here.
Yeah.
And so there's more activities.
Yes. So when it was just me and the
Love and Marriage Detroit is back with a new season on OWN starting this weekend. The reality TV show features familiar couples navigating love, family, careers, and so much more in Detroit. One of the cast members, Christina Bowman-Smith, joining me now live in the studio to tell us all about this season. And I hope you have some dirt for us because I love this show. Christina,
dirt.
good to have you back.
Hi, how are you?
Great, and looking fabulous as always in the feathery pink. Oh my goodness, beautiful.
Thank you.
All right, so talk to me about this season and what's different, or what can you actually tell us we could expect?
Ooh, so we are about to air the second half of season 2. We already aired the first half. We navigated friendships. Personally, my husband and I were in a separate households, and we were navigating that. So by the end of that first half of season 2, we got back together. So the second half, you're gonna dig more into our careers, at like all the people on the show, like dig into our careers, and then more into the friendships and how we navigate trying to come out of a rocky friendship that I have with another castmate. And then I even dive in a little bit of my music career. So you know, a lot going on.
I gotta tell you, I love reality TV, but reality TV Detroit style, totally different.
Yeah.
Talk to me about what it's like being in front of the cameras and actually really telling the whole world everything that's happening in your life, in your marriage, as a mom, as a friend. That must be hard.
Well, I'm already super transparent. Like, I'm a social media influencer, so I share a lot of my life anyway. So it wasn't really that hard for me. Like, I just got in front of the camera and it just naturally flowed because I'm like, I share everything anyway. Of course, there are things that I love to keep to myself because, you know, certain parts of my life are still precious to me. But other than that, it's nothing to me. It's like, you know, I feel like I'm sharing with my social media family anyway.
Can you give me a little dirt on anything that happens this season that we can expect?
A little dirt.
Anything.
Well,
oh my gosh.
You know, there may be some.
All right, that's more than a little dirt.
There may be some things that have come untied, maybe, but I guess you have to watch to see.
Wow.
I don't know if that was enough of a hint.
That was more than just a little dirt. Now I can't wait. And I gotta trace back to 2 years ago when this show first launched. We were all excited about this. We didn't know exactly the outcome, how this is going to pan out. And I thought I brought back a little memory of us. This is the first launch that you guys threw. That's me, you, and Liz.
Yes.
And then there is the red carpet. Just such a, it's always so nice to see an expansion to a show. I mean, you did season 1, you did season 2, now it's part 2 of season 2. I just love all that.
I do too. I think that season 1 was really an introduction to Detroit and the cast and kind of, you know, what we have going on. But season 2, we dived a little more into who we are as friends, who we are as individuals and as couples. So
right.
And then we dive more into Detroit. I know that as a social media influencer, I do a lot of staycations around the city of Detroit. So you guys will actually get to come on a staycation with me with one of our favorite Detroit hotels. So I'm excited about that.
I think that's what I love the most about this is it's happening in our city. We get to see Detroit. We get to see all of you guys. Christina, where can people watch this and what time? How?
This is on OWN Network this Saturday at 8 p.m.
Yes.
April 12th, we are airing the second half of season 2. I'm super excited, so please tune in.
Yeah, for sure. We are so excited to have you back, and we're going to need you back once those episodes are out.
I'm here.
And then you can tell us a little bit more.
For sure.
Christina,
I'm always going to be here.
So good to have you on.
Thank you
so much.
Me. Thank you.
And again, the new season of Love and Marriage Detroit begins this Saturday on OWN at 8 p.m. That's it for today on Fox 2 Detroit Live at 2. Jay Towers is up next. Have a great day, everyone, and stay warm.
Towers in the morning, 100.3 WNIC.
There are allegedly some things you should not be sharing with ChatGPT or OpenAI or just any AI that's assisting you.
Yeah, because it's an invasive program that will take over your life.
Well, you know, I didn't realize there's that Meta AI too. That Meta AI, it's like summarizing all of our posts now. It's constantly telling me like, oh, many of your fans are wishing you a happy birthday, saying heartfelt things about you like this. And I'm like, oh, wow, thanks.
I haven't noticed that.
Yeah.
There is a feature on Instagram that I do like. So if you put up something on your story, and if you click the AI thing, it'll come up with a background, a couple of different backgrounds that you can choose if you wanted to.
I used that.
Yeah.
Because I posted the picture of us at Jersey Mike's.
And the wood floor.
And you know, it did. It created a because it was a vertical picture or a horizontal picture. It created a background to fill in the space that looked like we were in an even bigger space. Wild.
It's cool.
Weird.
By the way, this will now be the official AI music.
Oh. What's it from?
So we get to hear that every day.
Not bad.
It's called Popcorn by Hot Butter.
Oh.
From 1972.
Yeah.
But it sounds very techie to me. Anyway, don't do these things with ChatGPT. First of all, don't share your passwords. Like, don't go into your ChatGPT and go, hey, ChatGPT, here are all my passwords for all my things.
Help me remember them.
Put a list together and save them for me. Like, don't do that. That's easy.
Do we have a reason? I thought ChatGPT was your best friend and you can trust ChatGPT. What if you need to go back to ChatGPT and go, I forgot my Netflix password, which happens to me.
It will hold it, but I guess they say if ChatGPT got hacked one day, it would see all that.
Oh.
Everything is hackable. Two, stuff that could be used to steal your identity. Like, don't upload your social security number and your passport and be like, hey, what can I do differently in my passport photo?
That just seems like a duh.
I know, but you got to say these things because people get too comfortable with it.
I called my sister. I had to add a beneficiary to my 401k when I was doing...
Boy, you just love to talk about how you have a 401k, don't you?
And I was adding my sister as it, and I called her and said, hey, what's your social security number? If someone were to do that to me, I would just rattle it off. If it was my mom, my sister, and then I'll ask what you need it for. She was like, I don't know. Why do you need it? I was like, ma'am, what do you think that I'm doing with your social security number? I don't know how to blast that all over the internet.
It's funny. Warren wouldn't respond like, why do you need it? But he wouldn't give it to me. He might give it to me on the phone talking, but I have asked him to send me something in a text and he will not do it.
No one will. Yeah. Like, she wouldn't send it through a text. My parents wouldn't.
I was like, I need your credit card number. And he was like, well, I'm not texting it to you.
Right,
I was like, all right, well, I wasn't going to clean you out. It's my account too. But
I have a client, Mark Pillow, who would not send something electronically. He said, I'll send it to them in a document. I'm like, okay.
That's a smart client.
Get UPS there tomorrow, Mark, and send that out for me, would you?
Did you tell Mark Pillow that I can get change for my picture now?
Oh, my God. And by the way, your birthday gift of those glasses.
What do you
like
think?
They're awesome. I'm taking them with us to Universal.
Good.
I also thought they're really good. I could eliminate one camera and just wear them, and it sees everything I'm looking at.
That's what the whole idea was.
It becomes the third camera on our show.
Now, how? So they're transition lenses. So
I didn't notice any of that. I didn't figure that out yet.
Okay, good. I was hoping, because you weren't outside with them in the sun.
Oh, yeah. I thought it was a button. No.
I'm happy that they're not super, super sensitive. Sometimes you get those transition glasses and these poor people will be inside, like a bright studio, and then their sunglasses go off. Yeah.
We continue the things that you shouldn't tell ChatGPT. So we talked about stuff that you can steal it can steal your identity. Financial information. Don't share things like bank account numbers and crypto keys. Oh, I wouldn't do that. I don't have any crypto keys.
Mm-hmm.
Although, if you have my bank information, how sad for you. Good luck with that.
They say don't tell it illegal activity, even if you're just joking. Like if you put in there like, hey, ChatGPT, I'm just joshing with you, but if I wanted to rob a bank, because if it feels like you're serious enough, it'll laugh along with you, and then it'll tell the authorities.
Oh, that's good.
Of course it is.
Good.
But, you could be playing a little game of hypothetical. Who knows?
I wonder how it knows to do that.
I don't know. I guess it figures you out. It says, don't tell it corporate information. If you use ChatGPT for work, be careful you don't disclose sensitive information about your company that they wouldn't want to get out there.
Unless you hate your company.
And
then go ahead and do it.
I said to it, so I just said to it, I said, the girls on my show say I tell you too much information. How should I respond? And it says, here are a couple clever comebacks for you.
By the way, please don't get us into a fight with your ChatGPT, because right now I think we're all good.
So here's what it told me I'm supposed to say to you in jokes.
All right.
Well, one of us has to have a well-adjusted emotional support AI.
Okay, not bad.
This one said, if I had a staff of 10, I wouldn't need to. But until then, Chad here is my intern therapist and travel night partner.
Well, I don't feel like that's a dig at me and Allison.
Sorry, I thought this was a safe space for emotionally intelligent overachievers with internet access.
You know what? We're laughing, but that's creepy because those are really good and present.
They are. And then this one says, if you really want to go J full charm on it, say, you guys have Warren and reality TV. What else do I have?
Wow.
It's so weird, right?
I think it's actually really sad towards me. I have reality TV. That's it.
That's a choice you made, though. Mm-hmm. You made that choice.
All right, there you go. I don't know if this little conversation helps you or makes things worse, but there you go. 100.3 WNIC. Happy Thursday. We're joined by Fox 2 meteorologist Alan Longstreet.
The man of the hour, the man everybody loves right now, right? Hi, everybody.
Explain yourself.
I'm getting so much anger.
This lady over here has got some real grievances with her.
I know. They're valid. They're legit. They're fine. I get it.
Not you, Mother
Gross.
Nature.
Yeah,
like
it's
I
gross.
want to know her so I can beat her. I want to beat her.
Yeah.
I literally walked in this morning and Jay's like, "Good morning," and I was like, "Bleep, bleep, bleep, bleep."
Is it
bleep,
though,
bleep.
Jay? Yeah, it's tough out there.
Allison walks in with such dramatic, like she looks like she's been through war.
No, I honestly wish that we could have a cam on her.
I wish we could. I'm going to
morning.
turn around. But here's the thing. But she turns around her mood in 15 seconds.
She does. She does. Yeah.
Like in 15 seconds, I can have her laughing about something ridiculous, and then we totally forgot how angry she was over her ride in.
Yeah.
But rightfully so. The good thing is this isn't like a sticking snow. That's I mean, it's like driving in a little rain.
How are your road? Right, yeah.
Fine.
Roads have been wet, and I hope that holds. Visibility maybe a little less.
The drive wasn't bad, but it
wasn't bad
It
at
is
all.
sticking snow. My lawns and
for sure.
balcony
To the grass,
have
totally.
like.
But you weren't driving on
100%.
icy.
No,
roads
I
versus
wasn't.
yeah. Grass, roofs, decks, fine.
I
Patio
wanna know-
furniture, whatever.
I want to know how many inches you're going to claim
4.
are on your
Seven.
balcony.
Seven.
Okay.
Not 4 inches
Yeah,
of
about.
snow.
Chelsea, I have never loved you more. I appreciate that. Because everyone's like, I got 6 inches. I'm like, okay. All right, show me the ruler.
Bring it out.
Did you guys see the video? We played it on TV yesterday. Of they staged a fake protest outside of a TV station.
So good. Yes.
For a meteorologist.
Really?
It was a joke. But they were like protesting like about get your forecast right. Like you said, it wasn't going to be humid today.
That's really
like,
funny.
That's funny.
Some YouTuber did it. It was
It
fantastic.
was really good. It was good. How are we looking here going into the weekend?
Look, we're going to be better. All right, we focus on the future. Today we have the rain, we have the snow through the morning, probably through much of the day, and then like 40, but 50 Friday, near 60 on Sunday, 60s on Monday.
Oh,
So
and just like that, we're
we'll get
back
there.
together.
We'll get there. See,
Yeah, look at
we'll
that.
make it.
All
We'll make
right.
it.
There's Alan Longstreet at 100.3. Every Thursday on our show, we do something called Crazy Lines. We go around the room and tell you something about ourselves that make us a little crazy or not right in the head. You're always welcome to join us and tell us what makes you a little crazy. 313-631-100.3. I'll start today. I noticed this when we were in Vegas, and we're going to be broadcasting from Universal Orlando next week. When I stay in a hotel room, I have habits that aren't consistent with my daily life. For instance,
hotel habits.
Hotel habits. I have no issue in a hotel room having multiple lights on, with the TV on but volume down, and a computer on with a television show, like going to bed at night. Like I don't get into a nightly routine. The hotel room knows no hours or time of day. It's a full-blown, it could be any time, and I have no problem with it.
Interesting. I stay consistent.
Right.
Nick and I talked about this. I cannot move until every single thing in my suitcase has been put in a specific place.
Yeah.
It's like, really? I'm at my everything
Living
stays
out
in
of
my
the suitcase,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine's Vegas reminded me of this. It's not a travel thing, but we left really early on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Really early. And I was so tired by the end of the day before that I literally just wanted to go to bed. I don't know if this is crazy or gross. It's not, but if you take 3 showers a day, you might think it's gross.
Yeah.
I cannot. It's more of a will not. I mean, I guess if I was forced to, I cannot start my day with a shower.
What?
It's the last thing I do before I go to bed.
Oh my God.
I wake
I
up-
understand having
I
a
can't.
preference,
No.
but like
I the thought of water on me when I'm just starting my day. So I got up out of bed and I did it because I was like, I'll hate me. And also, I don't do it. So I had no choice but to go in a shower tired.
If I knew I was late for the flight, I would
Still
take
shower?
a 15-second. I couldn't possibly leave that hotel room without getting wet.
I figured
that's
Anyway.
nutty too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Chelsea?
so when I got home from Vegas, I have 2 speeds. I either completely unpack my suitcase the second that I walk in the door. Like, I don't even have time to take off my shoes. I've got that suitcase unzipped and I'm putting everything in the laundry. Or that suitcase is going to sit full with everything that I took with me to Vegas for 2 weeks and I don't touch it. There's no in between.
There's no in between.
No.
There's no pulling a couple things out.
That
you
is
need.
odd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that it's probably better to do the other, right? To pull everything out of it. You don't want that thing sitting there all week.
Wasn't that an
I
Everybody
just
Loves
wanna-
Raymond episode?
It was,
They
yeah.
kept walking by the suitcase.
Right.
And they
right.
left it on the staircase for, I think, like 3 weeks.
Yeah, it was like a standoff.
So funny.
There you go. There are crazy lines from us to you, 100.3 WNIC. So what happened on this day back in the day? Well, in 1970, Paul McCartney officially announces the split of the Beatles.
Oh, I bet. That's weird.
Fans went wild.
Yeah, I think they did, but the person responsible should have had to be the announcer.
Yoko?
Yeah.
Make her get up on stage.
Now a press conference with Yoko Ono. That would have went over well
Yeah,
with
the
fans.
newspaper headline just says, I did it.
Yeah. In 2001, Alicia Keys dropped her debut single, Fallen.
That was her debut.
Wow.
And my least favorite Alicia Keys song.
Same.
Yeah, I like it.
So many better
There's
ones.
so many better ones. She kept going.
I talk about this all the time, but there's an iHeart, I don't know if it's awards or iHeart Music Festival, but her and
Swizz
Louis Capaldi.
Oh, okay. It was the festival.
Yeah, whatever the Louis Capaldi song was, that's so great. They did it together, and it's one of the things I'll go back to YouTube and watch all the time because I mean she's amazing. It's a great song. He was great, but she really punched it up.
I think my favorite song by her is If I Ain't Got You.
That's good.
Oh, I like that Sleeping with a Broken Heart song.
Oh,
That one's so good.
Mm-hmm.
So good. And then, of course, the Empire, State of Mind.
Oh, yeah.
Concrete Jungle, Where Dreams Are Made of, and blah, blah, blah. Okay. What else do we have? Also, in 2004, 2 months after her wardrobe malfunction at the Super Bowl, Janet Jackson hosts Saturday Night Live and is also the musical guest. That was back in 2004.
Okay. I'm surprised that they canceled her for so long. I'm surprised that she was able to do that after.
And Justin Timberlake kind of.
No, he was fine.
He got through it, no problem.
Yeah.
It's the patriarchy.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I don't know what that means. I hear people say it all the time.
I like patriarchy.
I know what it means.
We're going to use that more often. In 2009, Hannah Montana, the movie was released. The TV show was better.
Much better.
The TV show had a nice studio audience, lots of laughs. The movie was a little more movie-like. And in 2019, Las Vegas observes Backstreet Boys Days, where the singers are presented with a key to the Strip, which I didn't know they did that.
I wonder if that's when they launched their, I think they
The
had
residency?
like a brief residency there, and maybe that was all tied in.
It could be. All right, there you go. There's your Back in the Day on 100.3 WNIC, Dearborn, Detroit. It is time now for Hollywood Minute with Chelsea, and it is brought to you this time around by Planet Fitness.
Jennifer Lopez is going to be hosting the American Music Awards on CBS this Memorial Day, Monday, May 26th. So she's busy. I told you guys the other day that she's doing that quick little tour in Spain, now hosting the award show.
She's busy to be married. Although I don't hold her the most responsible this time.
No time for that.
She needs to keep things busy. Don't get married again.
Oh, I mean, she's going to get married like 4 more times. I don't know. Oh, it's cute, though, that you think that.
Robert Pattinson is reportedly being eyed to join Dune Messiah. This is the follow-up to last year's Dune Part 2. A formal offer has not been made just yet, and it's unknown who he would play, but DC fans are worried that the Batman 2 may never come to theaters if he gets this role.
Oh, because he's never going to be available.
Right, but people are saying, don't freak out just yet. That movie isn't even set to start production until 2026. So if he does get this, there could still be time for both.
Hey, nerds. Can I just tell you something? There were like 9 Batmans before Robert Pattinson. We will replace him.
Yeah.
And we'll be just fine.
He's really good, though. He was really good.
Okay.
You've never
I
seen
think
it.
you could do a standalone
No, I
Michael
haven't.
Keaton Batman movie. I think again, and people go wild for it.
I think so, too.
You do Batman Beyond. There's a lot you could do.
He could totally be replaced. I
Yeah.
do think that he should be given a shot for a second movie, though.
I mean, Ben Affleck wasn't Batman twice, was he?
Yes.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Second
think
time?
so.
He was in
He's
Justice
in a
League
couple.
and Batman
Oh,
v
okay.
Superman. Also, thank you for acknowledging nerds, even in a negative way, because we love it.
No,
We take it
that was
however
a
we can
pep
get
talk.
it. Yeah.
Pep talk.
Ed Sheeran was on a podcast and talked about why he does not think he has the right energy to perform at the Super Bowl halftime
I mean, there
show.
are some that have the pizzazz of Super Bowl, fireworks, dances, blah, blah, blah. But me going up there and being like, here's the A-team and here's Perf. I just, like, no one wants to see that.
That's not true, though.
That's
he
funny,
can jazz
though.
it
That's
up.
funny.
It is funny.
I love the self-awareness, and he did say, like,
Yeah.
if someone like Beyonce was going to be performing, I could come on and do the duet of our song Perfect with her
Right,
and then
right.
be one and done.
But he's saying he's not the guy to come out.
No.
Right.
You know,
and dazzle.
As a standalone.
Yeah.
And finally, Detroit Pistons shooting guard Malik Beasley and Savvy Sliders have teamed up to bring the Shimmy Meal. No details yet on when it's going to be released or what's included in that. The Pistons going to be hosting the New York Knicks tonight at Little Caesars Arena, and it's amazing that I think they only won 14 games last season,
Right.
and they're like
This
headed to the
season's
playoffs.
unbelievable.
Oh, that's so great.
By the way, we have great friends at Savvy Sliders. So, I mean, if we want some of those over here, we can have them anytime.
What if maybe they want to team up for the J Towers in the Morning meal?
Well, right now
We're gonna
they're
have to
busy
talk to them.
with the shimmy or whatever.
Yeah.
I have something offline I will tell you guys about. It's funny that you say that.
Okay.
It's an offline conversation.
TV tonight, we have 911 and Grace.
We were talking about this yesterday about all the wild things that you can put in a dishwasher, like cook food and stuff in it. A good friend of ours, I'm gonna try to get this story right. Paul Cubby Bryant, who is on our station in New York with our boss Chris, their WLTW. His wife did something with dishwashers. I got to get it right. I don't remember. She worked in the company, maybe G or something, a Whirlpool. I don't know. But anyway, he told me once that you should never wash the dishes off and then put them in the dishwasher. That you should,
not even a rinse?
Which I can't.
Yeah, no, you should leave stuff on it because it actually hurts. The dishwasher needs to work and clean that stuff. It needs to go. He said there was a whole process to it, which he told me this a really long time ago.
And it sounds like he that's coming from a place of knowledge.
Well, sure.
I mean, so research, but it's just so hard for me to
I can't wrap
put
my
a
brain
plate
around
in that
it.
I didn't scrub off first.
Right. I mean, it seems like something we should do. That said, what are the things you should never put in the dishwasher? These are interesting. The first dishwasher was patented 175 years ago, 1850. It was a hard crank thing, no motor. Modern dishwashers weren't common until the 70s, believe it or not. So, what should you never put in there? Wooden utensils. No wooden utensils in the dishwasher.
Yeah, that's funny. I needed some big spoons.
Yeah.
I have ladles, but we ran out of spoons, like serving spoons.
Right.
So I was in Meijer the other day and I found this 3-pack of really nice 3 different kinds of a slatted and a regular 3 wooden spoons.
Right.
And really nice wood. And I'm looking all over the package because I get real irritated with tumblers.
They have to be hand wash only.
I'm tired of people making things that aren't. Who doesn't put everything in the dishwasher?
Right.
So I'm looking all over this packaging for the spoons, and it's safe on nonstick cookware, and I couldn't find it anywhere. And finally, in the smallest print on the back, it said hand wash only.
Oh.
And I was like, I couldn't buy them because I'm not going to hand wash anything.
Well, but I don't even think that that's out of laziness or anything. I don't think that you would ever feel it was clean because you're really a clean freak.
Yeah, I wouldn't. And also, it'd be the only thing I'd be hand washing, and it's weird. But that was those specific wooden spoons. So you're saying no wooden spoons.
It says the heat can cause them to warp and crack over time.
Yeah, okay.
Same thing, cast iron pans. Don't ever put those in the dishwasher. They say you can usually just get away with wiping them out.
Well, you're not supposed to use soap on those.
I know.
But it really grosses me out. I don't understand how it's ever going to be clean.
You guys know I've been talking about this forever. I hate Warren's cast iron skillet.
Most people do. You can't clean them.
It doesn't get washed.
Yeah.
And he explains it to me, and he'll put it in a hot oven so that it heats up, and then he literally just wipes it out. And I won't eat anything that comes out of it. I will not. He makes breakfast. I mean, he cooks in there all the time.
No breakfast skillet for you?
No, I hide it in our oven. I won't put it in a cupboard. I won't hang it on the wall. It's just a nasty piece of kitchen equipment.
Insulated mugs. Some are dishwasher safe, but not all, so be careful. Crystal glassware.
Who is going to be putting their crystal glassware in there?
What is
Allison? It's too nice.
Wait a minute. But isn't that what Cascade is for? Why wouldn't you?
I thought so.
Cascade is so you don't look. It doesn't have the spots.
And that jet blue stuff.
Yes,
jet
isn't
dry,
that's
whatever.
crystal, right?
Yeah,
Or no?
I have some crystal glass.
Maybe that's just glass stemware.
I'd like to know the reason.
It's more like that.
I'd like to know the reason why.
Why on that?
Because I do it.
I'll tell you.
As a matter of fact, there was a wine glass that went in there last night.
It scratches easily, and it can't get cloudy. Oh, it can get cloudy from the heat.
Okay.
Non-stick cookware, you're not supposed to put that in there. Copper mugs, pots, and pans. Copper mugs. Is that for those Moscow mules?
Yeah. I actually just got rid of my copper mugs. Not that I ever even know how to make a Moscow Mule, but I was hearing some bad stuff about those.
You can't have a Moscow Mule in a red Solo cup?
It's
no.
Some drinks have
criminal.
Some drinks have a specific cup glass that comes.
Would you put a martini in a red Solo cup? No.
Yeah, I think I walk around Hollywood Casino at Greektown with a vodka and olive juice with ice, and look at me, martini.
That feels different, though.
Yeah,
I think
it's not in a red Solo cup.
When you call it a martini, it just I don't know. I automatically think of it different than what you just described.
Even Stella Artois, which is a beer.
Yeah.
That has its own specific glass, and if you order it in a bar, you have to get it in the Stella glass.
That's so ridiculous.
It's pretty ridiculous.
I could drink wine out of a cup. I don't care. The fact that people go,
I do like those Stella glasses. I have a couple.
Gold-plated silverware, well, of course. Cheese graters. Don't put cheese graters in the dishwasher.
Wait, the aluminum or stainless steel kind?
It says they're a pain to wash, so it's tempting, but it can rust the curved edges over time. Use stiff bristled brush instead.
No, I'm going to do that before I put it in the dishwasher, which is what I did yesterday. I rub it.
How much cheese are you grating over at your house?
How much are you grating over there?
A lot of cheese does get grated at my house.
It seems like
it comes in the bag now with this.
Do you know why he doesn't like that?
Why?
Because those we buy it.
Yeah,
I like it, the convenience, but it's all coated in a flour.
Oh,
so
that's
that it
right.
won't stick together.
That's right.
Like
yeah. Pressure cooker lids, don't put that in there, and plastic containers unless they say they're dishwasher safe.
Well, I'm still going to put my plastic container in there.
My grandmother, I think I tell the story for my grandmother used Tupperware to for food and stuff, and she used a black Sharpie and would write the name of who it was for. So you often saw crossed out names and things on that. Yeah.
I don't understand people who throw away Tupperware after one use. That's insane.
Well, unless it's the disposable kind. They even make that anymore. I don't even see those anymore, those disposable Tupperware.
Yeah, no.
Anyway, that's those are the things that never put in the dishwasher with 100.3.
Hey there, Detroit. Thanks so much for joining us on this April 9th. I'm your host, Bree Teamer. 10th.
Now you're going backwards.
Now I'm going backwards. I'm your host, Bree Teamer, and you're watching Fox 2 Detroit live at 3.
Live from the Fox 2 Newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
Well, the Macomb County family, the victims of a firebombing, and it looks like the culprit may be someone that they know. Fox 2's Tanisha Cordell is joining us live with more on the story. Tanisha, tell us what happened.
Yeah, so, this family just unexpectedly, right, around 3 a.m. this morning, family telling us they went to the store, come back, and they thought someone was breaking into their home. All of a sudden, they start seeing flames out in the front porch. You see that damage there. That's where it started. And within a matter of seconds, their entire home was just consumed in flames. Believing that this was one of their cousin's friends who did this is what they're saying, all because she turned him down. A bad dating story, kind of turned bad. And this was a very vicious, just horrible, joke kind of returned in retaliation. And that's what they're saying. Macomb County Sheriff's Office investigating. So we don't have anything confirmed yet in terms of how they started this fire or who did it. But again, family pretty sure of who was behind this flames with Bree. I mean, it's just terrific. You had 2 9-month-old babies who were in there, a 2-month-old as well. Just could have been very bad. Everyone, though, made it out safely.
I think that this is horrible, and I feel like we've been seeing an increase in stories about an ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend, and the situation unfolding between the two of them, and it's honestly just heartbreaking to see that these people who are supposed to love each other, right, end up in situations like this one.
Yeah, and this one, I don't even think it made it that far, right?
Oh.
I think it's just one of those things where, 2 friends, 2 people who know each other, who, maybe casually dating, nonetheless, for whatever reason, did this. It's cruel. And, just kind of hearing that it could possibly be someone young, too. So I think to your point, all of these crimes happening, ironically by a lot of younger people. I think that's the concerning part as well. And again, for something so tragic like this to happen, just, with 3 babies possibly, in the midst of this all, and, could have possibly lost their lives. That's just a horrific thing. You see the images, I mean, you see the cribs there. I mean, I think one of the babies was, you know, in the front porch when all this happened. So happy they made it out.
Yeah, incredible and horrific. That is the perfect adjective to describe this. Tanisha, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well, a child is back with his family today after an early morning carjacking. The chaos unfolding across several cities. Fox 2's Robin Murdoch tells us what happened.
You know, this really is every parent's worst nightmare, to come to a gas station, have your car stolen with your 8-year-old inside. That is exactly what happened at this gas station right behind me on the city's west side. Thankfully, that little boy has been found, but certainly this was a scary scenario for everyone involved. This BP gas station near 7 Mile and Grand River on the city's west side, busy with Detroit police officers around 1 on Thursday morning. Instead of customers filling up with gas, the reason, we were told a suspect allegedly stole a 2011 Chevy Impala. Turns out, though, there was a young child in the back seat at the time, a frightening ordeal for that child, his family, and investigators who knew time was of the essence here. DPD, along with MSP and Redford Police, immediately began searching the area for that stolen car and the boy inside it. We are told Novi Police eventually got involved when the driver lost control and crashed on westbound I-96 near Novi Road. The child was unharmed, thankfully, but taken to the hospital to get checked out as a precaution, while the suspect was taken into custody, ending the horrific chain of events. Now, we have been told that the suspect has been turned over to Detroit police. Investigators are not saying much about who he is at this point, only that he is an adult male. Of course, everyone just thankful, though, that the situation ended as it did, and this 8-year-old boy is okay after what he went through this morning. Of course, we will continue to follow this story for you. Reporting from the city's west side, I'm Robin Murdoch, Fox 2 News.
Well, the CEOs of Troy's Oxford Center posted a $2 million bond. Tammy Peterson is charged with second-degree murder for the death of 5-year-old Thomas Cooper. Cooper died in a hyperbaric oxygen chamber explosion at the facility back in January. Peterson is accused of directing workers to manipulate the machines to avoid maintenance, which investigators say ultimately led to the explosion. Prosecutors say Peterson also tried to hide evidence. 3 employees are also charged in this case. Well, a tragic scene at a home in Dearborn Heights where police say a man murdered his girlfriend before turning the gun on himself. Now, we're told the victims were both 60 years old. Investigators say it happened in the garage of the home on William Street around 2:30 Wednesday. Now, by the time the police arrived, both were already dead.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I've known him since I was about 10 years old. None at all. Very mild guy, mild-mannered, never had issues, never had any arguments with any of the neighbors or anything, so I don't get it.
Investigators say they believe this started with an argument over the status of their relationship. Well, 3 more witnesses take the stand in the preliminary exam for a man accused in a mass shooting in Detroit. 19-year-old Demetrius Shaw is charged with 36 felonies, including murder and assault with intent to murder. Prosecutors say he opened fire during a block party on Rosini Drive, killing 2 people and injuring 19 others last summer. The bullets allegedly flying after 2 women got into an altercation.
In your opinion, why would this have been a retaliation shooting?
Due to the ongoing gang activity.
So earlier you talked about this was a party in the, I think you said there was a red zone?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Corey is affiliated with who?
With the Bloods, the red.
Okay. But who gave this party in the red zone?
Be the Crips.
All right. And so what you're saying is, well, explain that a little bit. Why would that be an issue?
They're rival gangs.
The hearing will resume Monday when the judge will decide if there's enough evidence to send Shaw to trial. Well, a Flint man accused of going on a Christmas Eve shooting spree in Oxford could face a long prison term. Oakland County Prosecutor Karen McDonald is requesting an enhanced sentence for Malik Webb. Investigators say he shot and killed a woman who stopped to help him after a car crash. He's also accused of shooting and wounding 2 other Good Samaritans. McDonald wants to charge Webb as a, quote, super habitual offender to ensure that if he's convicted, he goes to prison for at least 25 years. Webb is due back in court next month. Well, a Wayne man sentenced to 40 to 60 years in prison today for the murder of his former girlfriend. Back in February, 24-year-old Joseph Slocum shot and killed 19-year-old Veronica Crane while she was working the front desk at the Comfort Suites Hotel in Canton. Crane was his ex-girlfriend. Well, more than 1 million gallons of raw sewage dumped into the Red Run drain, and the Macomb County Public Works Commissioner says their neighbors are to blame. Candace Miller says that minimally treated sewage from Oakland County was dumped into the basin on DeQuinder Road last week. She says her staff discovered sanitary wipes, condoms, and tampons in the shrubs and trees at the outfall in the GWK Basin. Now, Miller is calling on Oakland County to fix this problem. However, Oakland County's Water Resources Commissioner tells Fox 2 their system falls within the state standards. Ooh. If you live anywhere near me, you woke up to a winter wonderland this morning and not what we wanted in April 10th. Now, the question is, though, are we done with the snow? Can we finally put up our heavy coats and hats and gloves and the car scraper? Can we put all that up? We'll check in with Derek Everett up next. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live, giving you a nice, foggy, gloomy look outside at our city, downtown Detroit at 313 this afternoon. 37 degrees is the temperature out there. I'm not sure if it's feeling like 37. Tom, does it feel colder?
Yes.
Oh, Lord. Well, tomorrow's Friday. That's the right side. Well, a groundbreaking yesterday at Detroit City Airport as a sightseeing company celebrates a major milestone. The business called My Flight will soon have a permanent facility at the airport, marking a major investment in aviation. Fox News' Ingrid Kelly has that story.
Touring Detroit from the sky by helicopter is a growing passion.
Great.
It's phenomenal.
It's great. You love it.
It's a really great bucket list experience for a lot of people.
The experience offered by My Flight Tours is growing so rapidly that the company is breaking ground on its new 12,000 plus square foot facility located at Detroit City Airport. In fact, this is the first new commercial development at City Airport in over 60 years.
So we will be open during construction. We operate here in Detroit 7 days a week. All of our tours go right downtown. So we offer 4 different tour options.
And there's so many options of aerial views.
We actually just had a new tour. It's called the Bridge Tour. And it brings you to the Gordie Howe Bridge. You'll see the new train station as well as the Ambassador Bridge and everything downtown.
And the owners say to take My Flight, all you need is a little bit of cash and a desire to see things from above.
And $55 will get you down a tour of downtown Detroit. And so people who have lived here for years and they've gone to Tigers games, they've gone to Lions games, but they've never got to see it from that perspective. That is the coolest part of it.
And as My Flight grows, it's also helping City Airport reach new heights by allowing it to gain more in federal funding.
We're able to see an increase to $1.3 million a year in federal funding for our infrastructure.
And what is that going to do for this airport?
Oh, it's going to be transformational. In fact, this development is transformation. It's the first of many to come. Someone had to be first, and I'm just so proud that it's My Flight.
In Detroit, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
Well, Detroit's Huntington Place, the place to check out 3D printing. This is the nation's biggest 3D printing event. Today is the last day for it. Now, visitors are able to check out some amazing creations at Rapid Plus TCT. Some businesses even use 3D printers to manufacture parts for the automotive industry.
You're able to just take a digital file, send it to the printer, and be able to create a part. We're very excited. I lead our automotive vertical, and being in Detroit as a lifelong Detroiter is very exciting to me. We are here to showcase all the things that we do for the automotive industry, as well as other industries that we focus on.
Detroit's a great place to do business. It is the epicenter of the arsenal of democracy.
This event features more than 400 exhibitors. Well, new today, cost overruns and a work stoppage have delayed completion of an office to housing conversion project in downtown Detroit. The development team behind the residences at 150 Bagley project recently disclosed they now will need financial assistance to finish. Now, according to a memo shared with members of the Downtown Development Authority, a work stoppage was issued in early December due to a disagreement with the developer about cost. The matter was later settled in mediation with an agreement for increased construction costs. The project is currently 86% complete. Okay, well, we're talking about the weather and how it looks outside, how it feels outside not too long ago. But what are the actual facts? Here's Derek Kevra with the forecast.
Yeah, nobody was really excited to wake up to that winter weather early this morning. Snow on the ground. Yeah, we definitely dealt with that all across southeast Michigan. Some locations picking up anywhere between about 1 and 2 inches. We'll take a look at some of those snow reports in just a second. Thankfully, at this point, the snow is gone, but we are still dealing with a very cold and very winter-like forecast here. Sky Tracker showing just a little bit of winter weather. Now, take a look up north. You're looking at Mackinac Island right now, and what you're seeing is working crews that are cleaning up after that historic ice storm up north. These crews right here are, they're cutting trees down, they're cutting limbs off. All of those limbs that you see, this pile right here, all damaged by that heavy ice, snapped and just left. And there's still a lot more work to do. You can still see all these limbs over here. So this is an incredibly unfortunate and historic situation with that ice storm off to the north. Just so sad to see that up there. We did not have the ice storm down here. We did deal with some winter weather of our own. This is the snowfall totals that many of us woke up to on the grass and the flower beds. We did not see a ton of the snow on the roads or the streets. Sidewalks were pretty much okay. We didn't have to do any shoveling, but we did have to see that stark realization when we walked out our front door that there is snow on the ground right there. Some showers are possible still. We continue to see some of these showers as we head through maybe the rest of the afternoon, but mostly speaking, we're done with the precipitation. Here's Fox Futurecast. Cloudy, yucky, kind of a dreary day. Clouds will give way to a little bit more clear skies as we head overnight, but I would say plan on things being mostly cloudy through tonight. By Friday, sun does poke out a little bit. By Saturday, we'll see a little bit more as temperatures each and every day begin to slowly but surely creep up. 35 degrees. Can't go too much lower. At least it feels like we can't. We're going to be getting up today into the lower 40s. That's going to be our high temperature as we move through your Thursday. Now heading from Thursday into Friday, we'll go from the low 40s to the low 50s, then mid 50s into the weekend, and then finally upper 50s, low 60s as we head into next week. Tonight, 33 degrees. We'll call it partly cloudy and a bit on the colder side. Full 7-day forecast with those temperatures that do improve each and every day. As we head into next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, we do cool off just a little bit. However, following that, next Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we're back to the upper 50s and low 60s.
And the Fox 2 weather app is going to be your best friend this month because you can get the very latest forecast on it. It's a free app. It's in the App Store. If you got an iPhone, like this one on the screen, or if you have an Android, it's on Google Play. All right, another turbulent day on Wall Street, even after President Trump paused his higher tariffs on foreign goods. We'll take a look at the fallout coming up. Plus, you know, we've got a pretty cool way for you to start to wind down and relax this weekend. It's called dry floating, and the only place you can do it is right here in Metro Detroit. We'll tell you more coming up. take a walk around this big old newsroom here, and we chat with people. We just see what they're working on and get some updates on some stories. Let's start with Tracy today. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going? Good.
We've got a few things cooking right now. We have a follow to the stolen car this morning with the child inside. We sent Brandon Hudson out there to the scene to see what he could get, and he found some pretty interesting things concerning the gas station. So we're going to have a lot more on this at 5 and 6. The child is safe, so that's good. But he's uncovering some new information from the gas station.
Oh, anything you can give us? Just a little snippet, maybe.
Well, it's shut down.
Oh,
That's all I'll
okay.
say.
Oh,
It's
wow.
completely shut down.
Ooh.
So yeah.
What the
He's
heck?
working to find out information regarding that. He's reached out to Detroit police, so there could be a little bit of a twist in this story. So
Yeah.
we're working to find out what's going on right now.
You know, I think that's one of the most interesting parts about all of our jobs here is, you know, we find out the story, we find out the initial details, but then you do a little digging and you realize something's not right here, and something else comes up.
And sometimes you just stumble on things. He
Yeah.
went out there not expecting that.
Right.
You know, he went out there to see if he could get some security video from the gas station, maybe talk to some people who may have witnessed it. And boom, the doors are closed and there's a note on the door saying it's shut down. So,
Wow.
yeah.
So that's an answer right
Could
there.
be an interesting twist. So tune in at 5.
All right. Thank you very much, Tracy. All right, let's continue our little journey across the newsroom. Over there is our editing bay. That's where everything gets edited for you guys at 5 and 6, and right here on Fox 2 Detroit Live as well. That's where a lot of the magic happens, and a lot of the magic also happens over here with Dave Comer. I know he works on the web, so he's been working diligently over here. What you got?
Hi, Bree. How are you?
I am great.
Well, right now, one of the things that came in today was a sentencing of a domestic violence murderer who he was convicted. And this is a case that happened back in 2024 where he ended up murdering his ex-girlfriend in a hotel in Canton while she was working. Then ends up crashing. That happened over by Haggerty and 275. Then he ends up fleeing and crashing in the area of 275 and Ford Road. Responding officers find his body in the road.
Oh my goodness.
And so I'm sure part of this had to do with him kind of going to the hospital, being treated for his injuries, and maybe that's one of the reasons why things got delayed with justice. But he was sentenced to 40 to 60 years, Joseph Slocum, and for the murder of Veronica Crane. And it's a story that we've been covering back to last year. The Crane family spoke to Fox 2 and said that she had been trying to get away from him for years. And it really talked about what a bright light she was. And she was only 19.
So were they together at the time?
They had been
of the crime?
broken up.
They were
and
broken
I think
up.
it was one of those, if I can't have you, no one can sort of things. And eventually he came with a gun and fatally shot her.
Wow. While
So-
she was at work behind the counter?
Yes, and
Wow.
so police actually responded to 2 scenes, and one was the crash scene and one was to the shooting, and obviously not knowing they were both connected. So really, really weird. But
Yeah.
one of the things most important to remind everyone at this time, if you are in a situation that's that's not good domestically, there are options and things available, resources available, including First Step, which provides confidential 24/7 support. We've got that information on our website, as well as the Michigan Domestic Violence Hotline. 1-866-VOICE-DV is free. And then the National Domestic Violence Hotline, you can actually text in all caps BEGIN to 88788. So there are options if anyone's trapped in that situation, or if you know someone, more importantly. So
Dave, do you know how those situations work when we have someone that is in, a domestic violence situation? They call the hotline. Do you know what the process is like?
I do know that a lot of times they'll basically, main thing is they can provide you with shelter and somewhere to stay in the early goings, and then help set you up and get a safe space for you. And these places often are totally confidential, and 9 times out of 10, their advice will be just get out now.
Yeah.
But they have support. They'll be able to give you clothing and things like that, and a place to stay. So there's obviously Haven in Oakland County is another one, and they're all over the place. The hardest part though is making that first step and getting out.
Yeah. All right, Dave. That story is on our web, and that number is also on the website.
All the contact info.
All the contact info you need to know. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
And then real quick, I want to talk to Mr. Nissen over here.
Please,
what
call
you
me
got?
Jack. Bree.
You're like, I don't like that. Let's not do that again.
Well, it just makes me feel older than I am, even though maybe that is correct. Bree, I want you to guess, how many bears live in Michigan?
How many bears? 1,000.
No.
2.
No.
4.
12,000.
Oh.
12,000 bears.
Why is it so specific?
I know,
12?
right?
Okay.
According to the DNR, there are 12,000 bears in Michigan, black bears specifically. 2,000 live in the Lower Peninsula, and they are increasingly migrating further south. Some might say that's encroaching on people and where they live. However, I would say since we weren't here first, we're probably encroaching on where they live. And the DNR would like you to know to please be aware of that.
We can see who's the animal lover here.
Well, I just want to make sure I'm respecting, all kinds of life.
And I love that.
But
what kind of bears are we talking about? Brown bears, black bears, polar bears?
No, if there were polar bears, here we're having a very different conversation. Black bears specifically, these are the kinds of bears you're not supposed to run away if they approach you. You're supposed to make yourself very big. You're supposed to shout a lot, and only if they kind of make contact with you do you fight them. But basically no sudden movements, maybe back away slowly if they ever do approach you. The best thing to do, though, is to essentially remove any food around they might like, and that means bird feeders. There have been people in Traverse City, in Grand Rapids, in Midland, really kind of getting further south here that have been seeing bears around their property. So, just so you know, it may not be too long before they start to show up in northern Oakland County, which would be great for all of us to just keep in mind to stay away from them.
But when we think about northern Oakland County, I mean, there's not really a good habitat, a good environment for them to live.
Yeah,
in that kind of
totally.
area.
I mean, because there's a lot of people around here.
Yeah, a lot of streets, a lot of roads, a lot of cars.
And I think there's sort of a kind of a delineation between southern Oakland County and northern Oakland County, which is pretty rural, and then here it's pretty urbanized. But if there's food available, they can smell it from miles away, and they're going to go for it if that's available.
Yeah.
So
What's the saying? Is it brown get down, black attack, I think?
that sounds, I mean, that tracks with what the DNR said today. So brown get down and black attack.
Yeah.
I like that, yes.
Yeah.
Spot on, Bree.
You should add that to the article.
For you,
Make sure you
I
give me my
smile.
credit. Just kidding. All right, well, that is going to do it for our news cam segment. I will see you guys back over in our website where we will have more news. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live. I'm your host, Bree Teamer, and right now your time is 3:34, 37 degrees outside, in Southfield at least. Well, it's shaping up to be another roller coaster of a day today as investors react to President Trump's ever-changing tariff plan. Now, yesterday, we know stocks soared after Trump issued a 90-day pause on most of his levies. But as Fox 2's Rebecca Castor reports, some believe the damage is already done.
Yesterday's market rally turning out to be short-lived as the Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ nosedive at the opening bell.
It's not over. I mean, these are the first skirmishes, and these tariffs debates will go on for perhaps many, many more months.
The poor start for Wall Street comes after President Trump lowered his import tax back to 10%, but raised tariffs for China.
China chose the path of going against Donald Trump. I mean, he said, don't retaliate. If you retaliate, then you're going to feel my wrath. And that's what happened.
White House officials say there are trade deals on the table from at least 15 countries. But some experts believe the damage is already done. JP Morgan still puts the likelihood for a U.S. recession at 60%, while Goldman Sachs lowered its prediction from 65 to 45%.
So just be cool. It's going to work out. It's a transition to... I think it's a transition to greatness.
But lawmakers view the president's negotiation tactics rather differently.
We have an absolute genius of an entrepreneur, number one, and one that loves our country and making sure that we're going to be, at the end of the day, in a much better position.
This is government by chaos. He keeps changing things from day to day.
The White House is cheering new numbers showing inflation cooled off last month. But analysts say that too could be short-lived if businesses pass along their tariff costs. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Well, Governor Gretchen Whitmer is signing an executive directive today to boost skills training for young men. Right now, more women than men are taking advantage of the Michigan Reconnect program, which puts people on the path to earn more in some good-paying jobs. And the governor wants to change that.
This is an issue that a lot of people didn't expect me to focus on. But if you've been paying attention to the work that I've done throughout my career, it's about ensuring that we are creating a level playing field, an opportunity for all. And when we see any demographic falling behind, it means we got to put our focus there. And that's what this is all about. I am, and I always will, continue to be a strong supporter of women's rights and freedoms, but that's never going to stop me from caring about and fighting for men, too. I want every Michigander to succeed, to have a path forward, to have a path to prosperity.
Now, the initiative is part of a broader bipartisan movement where governors are leading the charge to increase economic opportunities and support the growing demand for skilled talent. Well, a social media post by the president sparking questions about possible insider trading. Earlier yesterday morning, the president posted this. It reads, quote, "This is a great time to buy," and it also includes his initials, DJT. Now, around 4 hours later, the president announced his 90-day tariff pause, sending stocks soaring. DJT are the president's initials, but they're also the stock symbol for the parent company of Truth Social, the social media company owned by the president. Its stock jumped 23%. At least one Democratic senator is calling for an investigation into whether this was market manipulation. And you know what? Let's just go ahead and take a look at the stocks right now, giving you a live look at Wall Street. The Dow is down over 1,000 points. Now, yesterday around this time, it was up almost 3,000 points. So something weird, iffy is going on in the market. We probably won't know what that is, but if you follow the trends, you'll be informed and know what's going on. All right, well, in HealthWorks, millions of Americans suffer from chronic low back pain, and there are not a whole lot of treatments out there besides painkillers and physical therapy. But a new study finds your mind could actually offer you a little bit of relief. That's according to researchers at the University of California. They recruited nearly 800 patients being treated for severe low back pain and put them on programs involving mindfulness, meditation, and cognitive behavioral therapy. The meditation group was taught to focus on sensations so they could better control their response. The CBT group attended group therapy sessions focused on changing negative thoughts and behaviors. The researchers say after practicing the techniques 6 days a week for 12 months, the participants in both groups reported less pain, improved physical function, and better quality of life. These findings are published in JAMA Network Open. Well, there are so many different ways to relax these days, but this option we're going to talk about is both unique and it's pretty exclusive. It's called a dry floating and sunlight therapy, and you can do both of these things at Colorbox in Birmingham. Its founder and owner, Kendra Geralt, is here to tell us more. Kendra, welcome to the show.
Thanks.
Yeah, so this was really interesting. When I came across this, I think I was just scrolling on Instagram on my feed, and I came across Colorbox, and something called dry floating came up, and I was just like, I've got to learn more about this. So why don't you just tell us what it is?
Well, it is amazing. So it's kind of like a treatment table that you would have if you went to, get a massage or a facial. Mm-hmm. There's a platform, but then the platform comes out from underneath you very, very slowly, and it goes all the way to the ground. So you're completely submersed in water. Your body's completely suspended. Wow. And then you have these wraps that go around you, and the water actually comes across your body. So it creates compression. So there's like a weighted blanket situation there. Mm-hmm. So that brings your nervous system completely to neutral. Mm-hmm. And so you're getting a physical relaxation, but also, a nervous system relaxation for, anxiety, stress, depression, but also chronic pain and things that are physical.
So I've tried floating before, but I've tried the wet version where you're actually submerged in the salt water. How is that different?
Well, you're not getting wet. So there's no pre-shower. There's no salt in your hair. If you float for an hour, it's actually just an hour of floating instead of half hour before, half hour after. Mm-hmm. So, but the other thing is when you're wet floating, you actually have to move a little bit, to keep your body, afloat. Mm-hmm. And so with this, you literally can fall asleep, meditate. You can just completely leave the room.
I love that. That is such my jam. Now, something else that you guys do, which is, I think you're the only wellness spa in the country that does this, the sunlight therapy. Tell us about that.
Yes, so it's actually called Sabia Med, and the technology comes from Germany. They have them all over the place in Europe. And basically you get, full day sun like you were on the beach in Miami in 30 minutes. So you get a sunrise, a full day sun, and sunset in 30 minutes. So all those trees and plants that you see, those are all live. They thrive in there. So, for me, the proof is in the pudding. Something is happening in there. Mm-hmm. So what that's good for is like mood boosting, vitamin D production, hormone balancing, to help you sleep like a baby. And, even on our sunny days here in Michigan, you're not actually sitting in the sun. It might boost your mood a little bit because we feel better when it's out. But, we're all trying to protect ourselves from harmful rays. And so you could sit in here for 2 weeks and you'd never get suntan. There's no harmful rays whatsoever. So no contraindications.
Yeah, that's definitely a huge pro when it comes to doing it this way. But something that we can probably compare this to, or maybe we can't, is red light therapy. How is it different from the infrared red light therapy?
That's a completely different spectrum. So that's more for like wrinkles, acne, that kind of stuff. This is really more for vitamin D production and just your overall wellness.
And I love that because I actually am due for my vitamin D shot, and the vitamin D does so much for the body. I don't think that we realize how much energy that it actually gives us and all the science behind it.
Yes, and we're definitely all deprived. We all definitely need a little bit of vitamin D. So when you leave there, you just feel like better. Instantly. Yeah. It happens first time.
So this is the wellness portion of Colorbox. Tell us a little bit about the other side of the business.
So our wellness portion has been open for a year. And on these dry flotation beds, you also can do, you can add a scalp massage, a foot massage. Ooh. We do facials, regular massage, body treatments. And then on our other side, where we started, that's where we do all of our hygienic manicures, pedicures. I mean, our pedicures are amazing. You lay in a lounge, you have a neck wrap, an eye pillow. I mean, it's completely different. So we use steam towels and heat. It's like a facial on your feet. Pretty incredible.
I love this. And tell us where we can connect with you, where you guys located, all the things.
So we are on Cole Street in Birmingham. We have 2 entrances. We're on Instagram, just like everybody else. So Colorbox Birmingham, Facebook. Our phone number is 248-707-3500. We have memberships. We're open on Sundays, appointment only. So come check us out.
All right, Kendra, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Of course. All right, and Derek Kebra, he has an update for us. Let's go to him.
Yeah, nobody was really excited to wake up to that winter weather early this morning. Snow on the ground. Yeah, we definitely dealt with that all across southeast Michigan. Some locations picking up anywhere between about 1 and 2 inches. We'll take a look at some of those snow reports in just a second. Thankfully, at this point, the snow is gone, but we are still dealing with a very cold and very winter-like forecast here. Sky Tracker showing just a little bit of winter weather. Now, take a look up north. You're looking at Mackinac Island right now, and what you're seeing is working crews that are cleaning up after that historic ice storm up north. These crews right here are, they're cutting trees down, they're cutting limbs off. All of those limbs that you see, this pile right here, all damaged by that heavy ice, snapped and just left. And there's still a lot more work to do. You can still see all these limbs over here. So this is an incredibly unfortunate and historic situation with that ice storm off to the north. Just so sad to see that up there. We did not have the ice storm down here. We did deal with some winter weather of our own. This is the snowfall totals that many of us woke up to on the grass and the flower beds. We did not see a ton of the snow on the roads or the streets. Sidewalks were pretty much okay. We didn't have to do any shoveling, but we did have to see that stark realization when we walked out our front door that there is snow on the ground right there. Some showers are possible still. We continue to see some of these showers as we head through maybe the rest of the afternoon, but mostly speaking, we're done with the precipitation. Here's Fox Futurecast. Cloudy, yucky, kind of a dreary day. Clouds will give way to a little bit more clear skies as we head overnight, but I would say plan on things being mostly cloudy through tonight. By Friday, sun does poke out a little bit. By Saturday, we'll see a little bit more as temperatures each and every day begin to slowly but surely creep up. 35 degrees. Can't go too much lower, at least it feels like we can't. We're going to be getting up today into the lower 40s. That's going to be our high temperature as we move through your Thursday. Now heading from Thursday into Friday, we'll go from the low 40s to the low 50s, then mid 50s into the weekend, and then finally upper 50s, low 60s as we head into next week. Tonight, 33 degrees. We'll call it partly cloudy and a bit on the colder side. Full 7-day forecast with those temperatures that do improve each and every day. As we head into next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, we do cool off just a little bit. However, following that, next Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we're back to the upper 50s and low 60s.
Well, are you interested in making $10,000 for just 60 seconds of your time? That sounds like the best deal ever. Lucky for you, you can do just that. Planet Fitness is making it all happen. And we've got one of their partners in studio to tell us all about it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit's Live. I'm your host, Bree Teamer. Well, this week, specifically this weekend, is a great time to win big. Planet Fitness is offering you a chance to win $10,000, and they're partnering with a couple of local acts to get it all done. Mike Stoney. Let me just cut out the mic, and it's just Stoney, brand ambassador for Planet Fitness and radio host over at 97.1, joining us to tell us a little bit more about this. And Stoney, I'm so excited to have you here. You're a very popular guy around here. Everybody was coming over to say hi to you.
Well, you know, when you've been around for a long time, and I do things on the Sports Works every couple Sundays a month or whatever. So yes, I love the people here at Fox too. And just I love the people at Planet Fitness.
Oh yeah. So let's talk about this. $10,000. All you got to do is dance. There's got to be something else to it.
Well, we had people submit videos, and they picked 10 finalists. We're going to be at the Novi Planet Fitness in the Dell Center, starting at around 9 o'clock. Festivities will start around 10. However, there's going to be one more person than those 10. So we invite people to come out and show us your dancing skills. One will be selected to participate, making it 11. And then when they do their dance, there'll be judges, people like, Rico Beard, who used to work here. He does the afternoon show. Jackie Purton will be there. Jackie Page will be there. Tons of people will be there. It's going to be a lot of fun. Julia, Josh, all the people at all the Odyssey stations here in Detroit. It's a lot of fun, and we all love Planet Fitness. The best part about it is you don't have to see me dance, because if I was dancing, you'd all leave. If
I feel like everyone would
doing
stay.
Some good dance. Yeah.
That'd be a real show. Seeing you bust out the moves.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you'll see why I'm not a Chippendale person.
Well, speaking of dancing, is there any kind of dances you're looking for? Are you looking for TikTok dances, break dancing?
I don't know. I've heard that, I haven't seen the finalists, but they tell me the finalists, there is break dancing, there's hip hop dancing. I don't think we got any ballet or anything like that, but that would be different. You never know. It should be a lot of fun, though.
Some ballroom.
Yeah.
Well, for that, you need a partner, right?
Yeah.
Then you have to split the 10K. It's only 5K. We don't want that, right?
No, you don't want that.
We don't want that.
When you go out to Planet Fitness, join, get on the treadmill, get loosened up or whatever. It's a great thing.
Yeah, gotta love that. Now, you did say that there's one more spot that you guys are opening up.
Yes.
This one isn't going to be a video kind of thing.
Correct.
This one is in person.
Yes.
And that's when you're going to do all of the things and get judged in person.
That's exactly right. We'll pick one person out. That's why you come out around 9 o'clock and register to be that last finalist. And if you can dance, you can win $10,000 from the great folks at Planet Fitness.
Now, is the competition open to the public?
To watch? Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so we just show up at Planet Fitness and just watch.
Absolutely. I'm sure there are other prizes that are going to be there. They'll provide some beverages and things like that. It's a lot of fun.
Is this happening inside or in the parking lot?
I'm told it's going to be inside.
Okay. That'll be fun.
Yeah, because it's too cold to be outside.
Yeah, it is. It's too unpredictable this early in April.
I know. Absolutely. I mean, it snowed today.
Exactly. Why are we dealing with this? So doors open when? And tell us all the details one more time.
All right, get there around 9 o'clock. That's when registration starts, and then we'll pick somebody by 10:30, and then 11 o'clock. The dancing will start.
The dancing will start.
I'm going to see Rico.
Oh, yeah, Rico, he ain't dancing. Although he probably danced better than me.
But
he's one of the 97-1 ticket good dancers.
All you gotta do is a little two-step, a little shimmy.
Yeah.
Little this. I know you got it. I know you got it.
I'm just going to follow your moves, Bree.
Well, I'm a little rusty. I just got to.
I'm a lot rusty. See this hair? It's great.
All right, Stoney. Well, thanks so much for stopping by and telling us everything that we need to know. For our viewers who didn't quite catch all of that, where can they find all this information?
On the website, 971theticket.com, and all the other Odyssey stations. Check out the website, get all the information. And I'm sure planetfitness.com has some stuff for you, too.
All righty. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, 4 farmers taking the ladies for a night on the town in Nashville tonight on Farmer Wants a Wife, and a country music star joining his wife, the show's host, to offer some advice to the men as they weed through the crops of candidates. Fox's Ashley Dvorkin has a preview.
We are going to go to a country dance.
Tension builds and sparks fly at a barn dance on Fox's Farmer Wants a Wife.
I think it's really brave for them to show up and for everyone involved to show up and be vulnerable. And you never know where that may lead you.
We're going to go meet up with all the other farmers and all their girls.
Matt was excited to catch up with the other farmers.
It's fun just to meet up because you get to talk to them and they're going through the same problems really you are. So fun talking to the guys and get back and forth with them. And the girls all like to intermingle and all that stuff.
John was surprised by how intense things get on the show.
I did not expect it to be so real. Real in the sense that we're dealing with real emotions, we're dealing with real heartbreak, we're dealing with, real feelings.
These aren't baseball cards.
No.
Country music superstar Brad Paisley joins his wife and host Kimberly Williams Paisley to offer guidance to the farmers.
I really appreciated the advice from Brad and Kim. I mean, this same scenario that we in right now, a city girl comes to the country lifestyle. And I think the biggest thing they told us is like, when you know, you know. When you feel that connection, feel that spark, you're going to know it.
They, basically told us to wear our hearts on our sleeve, be very open with these girls, don't hold back, tell them how you feel.
How are we doing? Kimberly said it's impressive how open and honest the women are being on this journey.
They're really also assessing, is this right for me? And I think that's really cool.
We're going to Nashville! In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Well, Lay's annual Do Us a Flavor contest is back with the 3 new flavors and the final round for fans to vote on. Now, the chip brand asked fans to submit new and unique flavors for the contest last year. The 3 flavor finalists are bacon grilled cheese. Ew. I was talking about this with Ronia earlier. Would they have mac and cheese barbecue or something? Barbecue mac and cheese. Ugh.
And jalapeno.
Now, yeah, and jalapeno. Now, the Korean style, wavy Korean style fried chicken, they might be onto something with that one. Might be onto it. And Valentina and lime, not a fan at all. And, but what they want you to do is they want you to vote for your favorite at dousaflavor.com by June 13th. We got 2 months to vote for this. The winner gets $1 million. Wow. A lot of money giveaways. I feel like I'm getting signs here. All right, well, that's it for me. Rob Wilczek's up next. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks for joining us. It's Thursday, April 10th. I'm your host, Rob Walchek, and you're watching Fox 2 Detroit live at 4.
Live from the Fox 2 Newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
We want to take you live now to Ferndale, where the police department and the FBI are giving us an update on a fatal shooting. Let's listen in.
Woodward Bridge over 8 miles. When our officers arrived, they discovered 26-year-old Mamadou Diallo, a resident of Detroit and originally from Senegal, lying outside his Ford Escape with a gunshot wound to his torso. Mr. Diallo was transported to a local hospital where he was later pronounced dead. Through further investigation, officers determined that Mr. Diallo was working at the time of the incident as a DoorDash delivery driver. At approximately 1:45 in the morning, he picked up an order from White Castle, which was located on Woodward Ave. Mr. Diallo then left the restaurant, merged northbound onto Woodward Ave, and then entered a turnaround to head southbound. As Mr. Diallo merged onto the southbound Woodward Ave, a GMC truck speeding recklessly nearly collided with his vehicle before abruptly switching lanes. Upon reaching 8 Mile, the driver of the truck slowed down, waiting for Mr. Diallo to catch up. It is at this point investigators believe that 6 gunshots were fired from the suspect vehicle at Mr. Diallo's car in an apparent road rage incident. On April 8th, 2025, 3 suspects were taken into custody by the Ferndale Police Department with assistance of the FBI's Oakland County Gang and Violent Crime Task Force. At this time, 2 of the individuals have been released pending further investigation, while the remaining suspect has been charged and arraigned. On April 10th, 2025, the suspect was arraigned before the 43rd District Court Magistrate on the following charges. Terrell Sims, 39, of Oak Park, was charged with 1 count of second-degree murder, 1 count of carrying a concealed weapon, 1 count of a felon in possession of a firearm, and 2 counts related to felony firearms violations. Mr. Sims was denied bond and is scheduled to appear for his next court hearing on April 17th, 2025 at 1 p.m. I now ask you to hold all of your comments and statements and whatnot and questions until all the further people have made statements. I'm going to go turn it over to Deputy Chief Spellman from the Ferndale Police Department.
Thank you, Evan. Good afternoon. I want to begin by extending our deepest condolences to the friends and family of Mr. Diallo as they grieve his tragic and senseless loss. Mr. Diallo came to this country from Senegal, Africa in 2023. He made his home in the city of Detroit, not far from Ferndale. He loved to play soccer and to take classes to learn English. He worked as a delivery driver to make ends meet. At the time of his murder, he was simply doing his job, delivering food in the middle of the night. Sadly, Mr. Diallo's life was cut short just a day before his 27th birthday. We recognize the fear and concern this incident has caused among the Ferndale and local Senegalese communities. We want to reassure you that this was an isolated incident of road rage. There is no ongoing threat to the public. Ferndale remains a safe place to live, work, and visit. I know we are not accustomed to violent crimes in the city of Ferndale. In fact, we haven't had a murder since 2016. But we also know no community is immune to violent crime. So we actively police to deter crime, and we prepare to take swift action if it does happen. Our strong partnerships with local, state, and federal agencies have helped us to expand our resources and staffing. This vastly improves our chances of solving complex crimes. In this case, we relied heavily on the FBI's Oakland County Gang and Violent Crime Task Force. We've had an officer assigned to this unit since 2019. The task force played a crucial role and the apprehension of the suspects in connection with this crime. We appreciate the FBI's continued support and our long-standing partnership. We also appreciate the assistance of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, the Royal Oak Police Department, as well as the Madison Heights Police Department. In closing, I'd also like to thank the members of the Ferndale Police Department for their tireless efforts during this investigation and for all the work they do to keep Ferndale safe. Now I'd like to introduce Assistant Special Agent in Charge from the FBI Detroit Field Office, Chris Hess.
Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking Chief Emmy, Deputy Chief Spellman, and the entire team here at the Ferndale Police Department for their commitment to public safety and keeping the community of Ferndale safe. I would also like to acknowledge Shay Gibson, our Special Agent in Charge of the FBI Detroit Field Office, in addition to the hardworking members of the FBI Oakland County Resident Agency, who continue to work tirelessly to protect our community. One of the FBI's top priorities is focusing on preventing, investigating, and disrupting violent crime. We are proud to have a dedicated member from the Ferndale Police Department serving as a task force officer with the FBI's Oakland County Gang and Violent Crime Task Force. Creating and maintaining strong partnerships are essential to law enforcement. The combined efforts and seamless coordination between our agencies has been instrumental in moving this case forward, in the hopes of bringing justice to both the victim and the family. The FBI remains committed to working with our community, including the Senegal community, and law enforcement partners in our mission to protect the American people and uphold the Constitution of the United States. Thank you to everyone involved for your trust, dedication, and teamwork. Thank you.
We'll now open it up for any questions that anybody might have.
So it says there are 3 suspects. One of them has been charged. What's going on with the other 2? Were they with him?
The other 2 individuals have been released pending further investigation. I can't really talk to the specifics of that, what's going on with them, because there is an ongoing investigation that they are involved in.
Or were they on the scene that night at all?
I don't want to get into the specifics of that. They are connected to the crime.
What were they doing? Like driving around in the area, what were they doing? Where were they going?
All I can say right now is that Terrell Sims was driving southbound on Woodward from 9 Mile just before the incident.
So he was the driver?
Yes.
How do you avoid this from happening for driving?
That's a good question. It's almost impossible to prevent an isolated incident of road rage. But things that drivers can do is to remain calm, continue to drive safely, and to call 911 as soon as it's safe to do so, and let the police handle the rest.
And just tell them where you are and what's going on?
Absolutely. Give them as much information as you can when it's safely to do so.
Seemingly a traffic mishap led to a murder. What does that just say about today's society?
It's shocking. It's disturbing. But I think as police officers, it reminds us of our calling and an oath that we took to protect and serve everyone, and to be vigilant with our officer presence, and to be actively policing to try and deter these kind of incidents. And when they do occur, to take swift action to seek justice for the victims.
These 3 suspects, how long did it take for you all to apprehend them?
Approximately 30 days.
Was there a certain smoking gun, like the license plates, readers, things like that kind of led to it?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into the investigative details right now since there is an ongoing investigation. I don't want to interfere with any of those investigations or in future court proceedings.
As for Terrell, does he have any other prior, convictions, infractions, or anything in Ferndale?
Not that I'm aware of. He is a convicted felon, but I'm not going to get into the specifics of his criminal history. Yes.
Beyond the community, what do you say for what can you say for the Senegalese community, which is a very peaceful and very well-respected members? So, what can you say to us, basically?
I could say that we stand with you, we grieve your loss, and that we are doing everything in our power to the best of our abilities to seek justice for Mr. Diallo, and that this was an isolated incident. This was not targeted.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much, everybody.
All right, we're back. You've been watching a live press conference from Ferndale. That was Deputy Chief Spellman. There was a tragic road rage incident where a Senegalese DoorDash driver was shot about a month ago, and they have arrested a suspect and charged him with murder. And you've been watching it live here on Fox 2. A Michigan man has been charged after police in Kentucky recovered 8 stolen Corvettes worth more than $2 million. Fox 2 digital journalist Jack Nissen is here with more on the story. Jack, I understand police have released some pretty awesome body cam video of that arrest.
Yeah, Rob, the body cam footage and a little bit of detail in the police report was pretty interesting. I'll take you back to March. Late March is when about 8 Corvettes were stolen out of the assembly plant where they are built in Kentucky, and then police began to find them throughout the city at one apartment complex and then another apartment complex. And eventually they got a call about someone trying to rush a transport of one of these Corvettes at a parking lot, and that's when police showed up. Take a listen.
Stop running! Stop running! I'm gonna tase you! I'm gonna tase you!
Ooh.
You're stepping up, Got one fighter. Thank you. All right. Turn around. All right. Take the fuck over. What's over? Picked the wrong day to run.
So, our man in the video, his name is Deontay Walker. He's from Westland. He's 21 years old. And according to the jail report, while he didn't talk to police initially while he was being processed, they had a statement from him that said, if I would have made it back to Michigan, I would have been paid big. Rob?
Wow. So these guys were allegedly stealing. Are these new Corvettes like we're out of the...
Brand new.
So out of the factory? Like they're wheeling them out and they somehow got in there?
Yeah, so they basically cut the fence where they're basically parked, and then they sort of wheeled them out, and then I think they managed to drive them, kind of parking them along and around, sort of dotted around the city. And the plan was essentially to have transport vehicles. They would roll them into the transport vehicles, and then those things would be taken up to Michigan, where I would imagine they would find a customer willing to spend quite a bit of money for them.
Yeah, you know, those cars are so flashy. They're so awesome. I mean, they look like Batmobiles or something. So I would imagine stashing them, even though they were trying to stash them all around the city, was pretty tough because those cars stand out. And so what did they catch this guy when he was just coming back to the vet?
Well, actually, so he was, this is another wild part, is the guy who was receiving one of these Corvettes was being rushed by him. And he kind of thought, and I quote, that was weird. So he called police and told them about it, and that's when police showed up. And this is after he'd already found one Corvette in one area, and then another one in another area. And again, these things, as you said, they're flashy. They sort of stood out, and that's why police were really kind of confused, as well as the residents living at the apartments. So that's why they police checked out some footage on some of these units and kind of created an identity about what the suspects were after. And that's when it all kind of came together at this giant parking lot.
Wow. Well, that's an interesting car. Those are cool cars. I'll tell you. I don't blame the guys for wanting to take them, but I mean that's definitely wrong, and he got it. But,
yeah, you got to do it the right way, I guess.
Yeah. Save up for 100 years to get a car like that.
There you go.
Thank you, Jack.
No problem, Rob.
All right, and up to a winter wonderland today. Are we done with the snow? Check in next with Stephanie Meach. She will tell us. I'm not happy with this weather at all, Tom. Jack, it sucks, huh? Come on.
Absolutely.
And we're taking a live look at the bird cam. And look at that little sparrow there eating that food. It looks like kind of a cold day. Oh, there's a couple of them there. They got a couple of friends. I like the bird cam. The bird cam is cool. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live. And, well, it was cold. Last night I drove home. I had to go do an interview, and I didn't get home till 10:30 at night, and I was driving, and it was snowing. Yeah. And I was cold. I got home. I had a long day. I had gone to work in the morning, and I got home at 10 o'clock at night, and I came in, and I was freezing, and I was in a suit, and I said, it's freezing out there. I told my wife, it's snowing.
Yeah.
I've been driving home in snow, and I'm freezing. Turn the heat on. And what's that?
Nothing.
Would you like any more of this?
You're just complaining at her, and she's like, what is this guy talking about?
Well, I was just a grumpy, miserable guy coming home late.
It's okay. The weather will do that too.
And then later, I told her that it was snowing outside, and the snow is actually accumulating. Mm-hmm. And she was in bed, and she didn't want to go look, but she didn't believe me. And because, she had been out in the day, and I guess it didn't seem that bad.
Yeah, but
and then I woke up today, and there's snow.
Yeah, and I'm sure she saw it too when she woke up as well.
And she saw it too, and she said, "You're right, husband. I apologize."
I'm sure that's exactly how it went.
I don't know. I just came home and I was in a fit, and I was mad, and
understandable.
I'm waiting for it to get warm.
It'll get there.
Okay.
I think
she calls him husband.
I know, husband.
Husband. Yes, husband. I demand you, Mr. Husband.
She probably wanted to be like, just get out in the snow.
We've been married 30 some odd years, so there's no.
Right.
She came home and was trying to tell me things, and I was like, I'm freezing.
So much going on there, but it was cold, and we did see snow.
Yes.
And we did see accumulating snow. In Romulus, they were about 1.5 inches, 2 inches in Ann Arbor, White Lake at about 1.5 inches too. So a lot of us between 1 inch and 2 inches. This is actually a live look a little further north of us, up near Mackinac Island, and you would never guess that they saw snow yesterday.
That's a live look?
That's a live look as of right now.
Way nicer
it looks a lot nicer for sure.
Sun is shining.
Yeah, and I mean, we will eventually start to see more sunshine. I think tomorrow we could see more clearing, and then eventually Saturday into Sunday we'll see a much better day for sure. Now here's our current sky tracker. We're still dealing with a few showers, some lighter sprinkles overhead. A lot of that out near Saginaw and Lansing is going to continue to move in our direction, so we will continue to see that light sprinkle chance carry over into at least this evening, and then overnight we do begin to dry out. Cloud deck hangs overhead through about 4 or 5 o'clock. There will be some clearing tomorrow morning, and there will be cloud cover, I think, through the afternoon too, but we do manage to squeeze out some sunshine before the week is finished up, and then we're starting the weekend off on a relatively dry note with temperatures in the 50s come Saturday. We're in the 30s right now. Feel like temps so with that light wind. Most of us are in the lower 30s in terms of our wind chill factor. Lows tonight will bottom out at 32 degrees, partly cloudy skies and overall cold. Today, those numbers are going to continue to go down. The average high usually in the mid-50s. Tomorrow, luckily, we'll continue to see those numbers increase, so we'll be approaching at least 50 degrees during the day tomorrow. We'll see decreasing cloud cover, overall a cooler feel, and then by Saturday, we should see our daytime high hit. A lot of us are going to feel really nice. Saturday, Sunday, temps low 50s. On Saturday, by Sunday, we're at about 60 degrees. And then after, say, this today, our next chance for precip arrives Monday. And then as we head through the next several days next week, next chance for rain arrives Wednesday into Thursday. The extended forecast doesn't look too bad. Most of us are going to continue to see relatively quiet weather, I think, by Wednesday, Thursday, possibly maybe seeing a shower or two. But for the most part, I think we have a pretty quiet forecast, and temperatures do look to remain pretty close to seasonal, if not a little bit above it next week.
Yeah, it's about time. So can I take my patio furniture covers off? And because last weekend I was going to do it, and then I looked at the forecast, and I was like, man, just so like, can I spend a morning sitting out on the patio and chilling out a little bit?
If you find 40s comfortable.
I don't.
Okay,
I find 60s and 70s comfortable.
In the morning?
Well, yeah,
Well,
my mornings, I'm not really an early morning person.
I get that. I'm not either. But I do think maybe next week you can finally take those covers off because it does look like we do stay close to seasonal over the next.
I got to fertilize my lawn and stuff. It's like these are things that the man of the house has to do. And I'm ready to get it done.
And you just can't because it's all Mother Nature's fault.
Yeah, it's like, what is going on? I was glad I didn't fertilize last weekend because I'm looking at the grass today. It's all covered in snow.
Yeah, I think. I don't want to jinx it and put it out there, but I do think we're finished up with the snow.
Gosh,
at this point.
So. I hope so.
Me
all right.
too.
Well, thank you, Stephanie, and I look forward to sunny days, and I look forward to you coming in here and me saying, I love the weather you produced for us today.
I'll see you tomorrow, and I think you're going to like tomorrow and this weekend.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
That's right. The Pistons are taking on the Knicks tonight. Woody Woodruff joins us next with a preview. That's right after the break. Poor Steph. And welcome back. And we have some breaking news out of New York. I believe we're going to take Fox 5. Looks like a crash that I'm told there are 6 dead. Looks like it crashed into the Hudson River outside of New York. And terrible tragedy with a helicopter. I don't know if you could see the helicopter or not, but there are some rescue people there. And we're told that there are 6 dead. This is breaking. The crash just happened within the hour. So terrible tragedy happening in New York City right now, or outside of New York, a crash of a helicopter into the Hudson River. And we're told that there are 6 dead. We'll have more on that, I'm sure, on Fox 2 News. Changing subjects now. Welcome back. The Red Wings and Pistons are both in action tonight. And Fox 2's Woody Woodruff is here with a preview. Woody, let's start with the Pistons. This is going to be the Knicks. Looks like this may be the matchup in the playoffs, right?
Right now, if you look at these standings, the Knicks would be the number 3 seed and the Pistons would be the number 6 seed. So, yes, this would be a first-round playoff matchup. But you know what, Rob? I'm a little bit disappointed because even though they play each other tonight, don't look at this as a playoff preview, because the Knicks will be resting about 3 key players that they're going to need for this game.
Okay.
So, it's not like, hey, let's go down there and see how Cade and the boys are going to measure up against Jalen Brunson and the full complement of the Knicks. So, this is just playing out the string tonight. But for the Pistons, it's a lot more important, because the team has lost 4 out of the last 5, and they don't want to go sliding into the playoffs. They want to go marching into the playoffs. So they want to see success in the final 3 games of the season, starting tonight against the Knicks, before they take on the Milwaukee Bucks in the final 2 games.
Yeah, now I know that they lost 2 in a row, and they've kind of got a little thing where it's like, once they lose 2 in a row, they go in, ready to win. They've said that, and I think they're going to beat the Knicks tonight. What do you think?
You know what? I would agree with you. I think that they don't have any issue with the Knicks. But again, this is something that you have to be wary of, because, like I said, the Pistons want to go into the postseason on a high note. I mean, they don't want to go in or backing their way in or anything like that.
Yeah.
So it's time to get back on the winning track, and tonight is an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, they didn't look too good in the last couple of games. They let some good leads. They had a really good lead in that last game, and then I was pretty disappointed in watching the fourth quarter. It just looks like they fell apart, which is pretty unusual. That was more of the Pistons early in the season, and they kind of learned how to close out games. So let's hope they.
Totally agree, because poor defense is something that has not been something that we've seen a lot of this season, like you mentioned, but it has been rearing its ugly head lately, and in very important spots. So we'll see if the Pistons can put the brakes on that kind of thing and maybe turn it into an advantage and turn it into transition points or something like that. The Knicks will be a good test.
Yeah, let's go Pistons.
You know it.
All right, and the Red Wings now. Are the Red Wings eliminated? I've seen on social media people actually saying fire Steve Yzerman, which I would think would be sacrilegious here in Detroit.
Yeah, sometimes it works that way, Rob, where the heroes that we've seen, put on the uniforms and play in the games don't last very well or do very well in the front office. But I got to give Steve Yzerman a little more time, a little more credit here, because yes, it has been. If they don't make the playoffs, it'll be 8 straight years that they've been out, and that's something that fans here in Hockeytown have been, a little salty about. So that's where the fire Yzerman chants come from. But again, they have a lot to look forward to in the pipeline, and I'd like to see some of the younger guys start playing right now, to tell you the truth. Sometimes I think that could be the detriment of the team, where they let guys hang in Grand Rapids a little bit too long. You know what I mean? Let's see what a guy's got and bring him up. We're seeing that with Marco Kasper right now. The center, the rookie's really looking really good now. 16 goals on the year.
When early 2000s, when the Pistons were always in the playoffs and the Red Wings were always in the playoffs, and I told my kids, they were obviously younger, I told my kids, this is kind of unusual. Every year the Pistons were making it to the Eastern Conference Finals, exactly. Or the actual finals. The Red Wings were always making it to the finals or the Stanley Cup games. And I said, don't get used to this, because it's kind of unusual, guys.
We
were used to the Lions always being bad, so the Lions has been a big surprise.
But now you got to get used to them being good.
Yes,
and maybe leading the charge here in Detroit about which teams are going to be in the postseason and have success. Right now, the Lions are head and shoulders above everybody else. The Tigers made it last year, so
they were great.
Let's see if they can do it again. But yeah, the Red Wings are the head scratcher here because of the expectations of Hockeytown.
Yeah, well, I think they're on the right track. I mean, they're going to come back, and I mean the Pistons. I mean, my God, look at what they did, last place last year and worst record in the NBA, and now they're locked into the actual playoffs. They don't have to play any play-in or any of that stuff. The Tigers were fantastic last year, starting out pretty darn good this year.
Yes, it is very good right now. They could not sweep the Yankees, but still, they have won 5 out of the last 6 games. And that's really, really good after getting swept in L.A. by the Dodgers.
Yeah, but that was unfair. I mean, going into to L.A., the world champs and home in L.A. I mean,
did you say unfair?
I think it was unfair. I think it was unfair scheduling. Come on,
you know
man.
what? It could have been worse. Imagine playing that game here in Detroit. They were at least out in L.A. with good temperatures and weather.
But we would have won a
like
few.
that.
We would have won a few with the hometown crowd. Come on, man. Come on. But whatever. Yeah, the Tigers are going all the way this year. The Pistons.
I like the way you say that.
I'm telling you right now.
Yes, you have conviction. I like it.
They look good. They got a good team. They got the best pitcher in baseball. They got a bunch of good pitchers. They're going to do well. I think
Who's your vote for Tiger Comeback Player of the Year?
Tiger Comeback Player of the Year?
Because I'm looking strongly at Casey Mize. He could be the guy.
What's he got, like a .77 ERA or something?
True,
Pretty
and he's also developed a new pitch. So, it's nice to see that he's being effective right off the bat. This is good news.
Yeah, I was working with his grip over the winter. So, yeah, he's taking a little of my advice. Yeah, so.
So that's why you weren't here over that stretch. I thought you were just on vacation.
No, man. I was down there working with him. So.
Love your dedication. Love your dedication.
Thank you, Woody. Let's hope all our teams win because Detroit needs some championships again.
I am right with you on that.
Yeah, all right. Thanks.
Sure.
All right. Governor Whitmer is meeting up with President Trump at the White House, and to be a fly on the wall. We'll talk about that and more with Fox 2's Roop Raj. Don't go away. And we are back. We're giving you a live look right now. The terrible breaking news out of New York City, I believe. It's Fox 5 showing a helicopter crash. This happened about an hour ago. We're told that there are 6 believed dead in this helicopter crash, and that's actually the helicopter upside down, and you can see there's rescue people there, but I'm guessing by the lack of urgency that there are perhaps, if there were any survivors, they've already been rescued, but we're told there are 6 dead in that crash, and we'll have much more on that coming up tonight on Fox 2 News. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live. And Governor Gretchen Whitmer is signing an executive order an executive directive, actually, it's called, today to boost skills for training in young men. Right now, more women than men are taking advantage of the Michigan Reconnect program, which puts people on the path to earn more in good-paying jobs. And the governor wants to change the more women than men type of thing and even it out. So let's go into that soundbite here.
This is an issue that a lot of people didn't expect me to focus on. But if you've been paying attention to the work that I've done throughout my career, it's about ensuring that we are creating a level playing field, an opportunity for all. And when we see any demographic falling behind, it means we got to put our focus there. And that's what this is all about. I am, and I always will, continue to be a strong supporter of women's rights and freedoms, but that's never going to stop me from caring about and fighting for men, too. I want every Michigander to succeed, to have a path forward, to have a path to prosperity.
The initiative is part of a broader bipartisan movement where governors are leading the charge to increase economic opportunities and supports the growing demand for skilled talent. Well, it's shaping up to be another roller coaster day on Wall Street as investors react to President Trump's ever-changing tariff plan. Yesterday, stocks soared after Trump issued a 90-day pause on most of his levies. But as Fox 2's Rebecca Castor reports, some people believe the damage is already done.
Yesterday's market rally turning out to be short-lived as the Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ nosedive at the opening bell.
It's not over. I mean, these are the first skirmishes, and these tariffs debates will go on for perhaps many, many more months.
The poor start for Wall Street comes after President Trump lowered his import tax back to 10%, but raised tariffs for China.
China chose the path of going against Donald Trump. I mean, he said, don't retaliate. If you retaliate, then you're going to feel my wrath. And that's what happened.
White House officials say there are trade deals on the table from at least 15 countries. But some experts believe the damage is already done. J.P. Morgan still puts the likelihood for a U.S. recession at 60%, while Goldman Sachs lowered its prediction from 65 to 45%.
See, just be cool. It's going to work out. It's a transition to... I think it's a transition to greatness.
But lawmakers view the president's negotiation tactics rather differently.
We have an absolute genius of an entrepreneur, number one, and one that loves our country and making sure that we're going to be, at the end of the day, in a much better position.
This is government by chaos. He keeps changing things from day to day.
The White House is cheering new numbers showing inflation cooled off last month. But analysts say that too could be short-lived if businesses pass along their tariff costs. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Well, speaking of tariffs and all the crazy stuff going on in the government, I can't keep track of it, but this guy can. We're talking about the man, the host of The Pulse himself, Roop Raj. Roop, what is going on, and what are you going to be talking tonight about on The Pulse?
Well, we always are going to follow the news, right? And there's a lot to follow right now. Governor Whitmer's meeting with the president yesterday still has a lot of people buzzing here in Michigan. The governor herself talking to the president yesterday as she was in the Oval Office with Speaker Matt Hall. She had a chance to really kind of be on the receiving end of some praise from this president. Now, I want to kind of frame this for you. Do you remember during COVID, President Donald Trump called Governor Whitmer that woman from Michigan? Mm-hmm. And people only remember that. But it was only a year ago that this president said she was a terrible governor. That was a year ago. And as Governor Whitmer and Speaker Matt Hall were in the Oval Office yesterday, instead of saying she's a terrible governor, what did we hear? We heard the president praising her, saying she's doing an excellent job, going on to say that she's a very good person. Then they talked about Selfridge, the military base. And the president made his commitment saying, hey, one day I'm going to come to Michigan and we're going to cut the ribbon with Speaker Hall and Governor Gretchen Whitmer. And he said, Gretchen, are you ready to do that? She waved her head up and down. And then he asked the kind of in jest, the funny question, how well do you get along with Speaker Matt Hall? She joked and quipped back, saying 70% of the time he laughed, she laughed, and then he made a commitment to fighting Asian carp, of course, the invasive species that hurt the Great Lakes. He says it's really important to maintain the pristine waters of Lake Michigan. He then says he wants to dedicate some money to Selfridge. And then he went on to say, perhaps we should help the people in northern Michigan who were hurt by the recent ice storm. So in all, a productive meeting, you could call it a success. The White House today basically, Rob, saying, hey, you know what? Anytime the president can work to make America great again by making a state great again, they will do it. Paraphrasing, the White House said, perhaps Governor Whitmer recognizes all of the wonderful, great jobs that have come to Michigan because of President Trump's hard work.
I'll tell you right now, I saw the praise that he gave to Whitmer, and it made me feel good because I want to think that, you know, they can have political differences,
Sure.
but he recognized that, you know, she's a governor and doing a good job and praising her. And I like to see that. You know, I can't stand all this squabbling and, you know, she's a terrible person and he's a terrible person and this and that. I mean, I would like to get back to some civilized politics. I know you
agree.
like all that, and I know a lot of people like all that name calling
No, I
and
don't like it.
insulting.
I don't like it at all.
No, I know that,
Yeah.
but I mean, I know that there's a lot of people that do.
Some
but,
people do.
But, you know, I mean, that keeps your shows interesting and all of that.
No, but here's-
I like to hear, I want to think that our governor, she is our governor, he is our president. I want to think that they can get along and you can have political differences, but you recognize they're each trying to do a job, and it's going to benefit all of us.
I like where you're going with this.
We're all Michiganders here, and we're all Americans here.
I like what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. And actually, I'd love to talk more about that, about how they're getting along. In fact, today's show is about not them not getting along, but about them getting along. That's the whole reason we're doing part of the show on, hey, Governor Whitmer and President Donald Trump had moments in the White House in which they got along and talked about how they can make Michigan succeed, how they can make America better because Michigan's doing better. So the very spirit of what you're talking about is what we'll be talking about on the show tonight. So I'm looking forward to that. It'll be a good panel here today. Karen Dumas, Detroit News columnist and No BS News Hour commentator, will be on.
I like her.
And also Terry Johnson, who's a conservative analyst, is going to be on as well. He gets along well. He's actually said to me today on the phone, hey, who do you have on the Democrat side? I said, Karen Dumas. She goes, I love Karen. She goes, and then he went on to say, you know what, I actually get along with a lot of Democrats. So this spirit that you're talking about is something that we're going to celebrate on the show tonight. But we also have to talk about the tariffs, which do continue with their effects through so many parts. You know, we talked about the tariffs, Rob. The pause on the tariffs, there's three, you got to think about the tariffs in three ways. There's the 10% tariffs that are still there. There are the 25% tariffs on the auto industry, still there. And then there's the reciprocal tariffs. Those are the ones that were paused. Now think reciprocal, think retaliatory. Look, you're gonna put a tariff on me, I'm gonna put a higher tariff on you. That's what the reciprocal tariffs are. Those are the ones that are paused. 75 countries came to the table and said, we want to make a deal with you, President Trump. We can't afford these tariffs anymore. That's one set of tariffs. The other set, the 25%, has to do with the auto industry. Many people, as you know, are friends, relatives. I mean, the whole reason Roop Raj, the reason I'm in this town, because my dad came from Indiana to Michigan to work, to put the world on wheels. He worked at General Motors, he worked at General Dynamics, he worked at Ford. The auto industry is our bread and butter. And people are worried about it. They're worried that the price of a car may go too high as well. So we're going to be talking about all of that tonight on The Pulse as well.
Yeah, the tariff thing. Is something. I mean, like I'm thinking about getting a new phone, and I'm worried.
Good luck.
Do I need to hurry up and go get it? Am I going to pay $3,000 for a phone? But
close to it.
Yeah,
I mean, the phones are assembled in China.
Yeah,
and you have 126% tariff on China.
Yeah.
So your iPhone will go up significantly. So yeah, you do. People have to make plans. You know what? I will say this, Rob, who I really feel for. We cover our friends and the people in our community that struggle to put food on the table for their families, that are working 2 or 3 jobs, that are taking a bus to get to their second and third jobs. You know, these are Detroiters and Metro Detroiters that, honestly, I care more about them than I do what a politician thinks or says. And so when it starts affecting them, we talked about it yesterday, USDA, you start making cuts to that. You're talking 600,000 pounds of food that's being paused. I have a problem with that. So should you. How should we talk to our politicians to go to bat? I'm going to talk to John James on Monday. what are you telling the president about how we can't have food banks cut their fresh food supply?
Yeah.
That's important. Those are the things that matter. The price of a car is going to go up. I care about that. The price of an iPhone, I care about that. But I care more about food and veterans benefits. And I think that's what people are really concerned about right now.
Yeah. Well, great. Thank you, Roop. And we'll be watching The Pulse tonight on 11:30. You always do a great job.
Well, I love being on this show with you. You always do a nice job on here.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
It's fun.
What about me?
Tom, you're the man.
Tom does a great job, too. All right, we got to do some weather here, so we're going to toss to Derek Kebra. Derek is ready. Hit it, Derek.
Yeah, nobody was really excited to wake up to that winter weather early this morning. Snow on the ground. Yeah, we definitely dealt with that all across southeast Michigan. Some locations picking up anywhere between about 1 and 2 inches. We'll take a look at some of those snow reports in just a second. Thankfully, at this point, the snow is gone, but we are still dealing with a very cold and very winter-like forecast here. Sky Tracker showing just a little bit of winter weather. Now, take a look up north. You're looking at Mackinac Island right now, and what you're seeing is working crews that are cleaning up after that historic ice storm up north. These crews right here are, they're cutting trees down, they're cutting limbs off. All of those limbs that you see, this pile right here, all damaged by that heavy ice, snapped and just left. And there's still a lot more work to do. You can still see all these limbs over here. So this is an incredibly unfortunate and historic situation with that ice storm off to the north. Just so sad to see that up there. We did not have the ice storm down here. We did deal with some winter weather of our own. This is the snowfall totals that many of us woke up to on the grass and the flower beds. We did not see a ton of the snow on the roads or the streets. Sidewalks were pretty much okay. We didn't have to do any shoveling, but we did have to see that stark realization when we walked out our front door that there is snow on the ground right there. Some showers are possible still. We continue to see some of these showers as we head through maybe the rest of the afternoon, but mostly speaking, we're done with the precipitation. Here's Fox Futurecast. Cloudy, yucky, kind of a dreary day. Clouds will give way to a little bit more clear skies as we head overnight, but I would say plan on things being mostly cloudy through tonight. By Friday, sun does poke out a little bit. By Saturday, we'll see a little bit more as temperatures each and every day begin to slowly but surely creep up. 35 degrees. Can't go too much lower, at least it feels like we can't. We're going to be getting up today into the lower 40s. That's going to be our high temperature as we move through your Thursday. Now heading from Thursday into Friday, we'll go from the low 40s to the low 50s, then mid 50s into the weekend, and then finally upper 50s, low 60s as we head into next week. Tonight, 33 degrees. We'll call it partly cloudy and a bit on the colder side. Full 7-day forecast with those temperatures that do improve each and every day. As we head into next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, we do cool off just a little bit. However, following that, next Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we're back to the upper 50s and low 60s.
Thanks, Derek. If you want to make some big changes in your life, have you considered hypnosis? We'll show you how it could change your life. Coming up. I have to push that to it. He calls himself the Hockey Town Hypnotist, Tommy G. Should I try to pronounce his name? Girolando.
Hey, got it.
Pretty good?
Yeah, I got it. Nice.
He's joining us live right now to talk about his new book and his upcoming webinar. Good afternoon, Tommy. How are you? Let's start with the basics. How does someone become a hypnotist?
Well, if you're like me, you don't believe in it, and then someone hypnotizes you and you go, oh man, I need to learn this.
Well, I do believe it, but I've seen, shows and things like that, and I've seen people and all of that. I have never been hypnotized. I don't really have a desire to be hypnotized, but how does it work? I mean, how does hypnotizing somebody work?
Well, I would actually beg to differ. I would bet that you're probably hypnotized more often than you think you are.
Well, but yeah, by what? Like the radio or something? Or
absolutely.
The internet, your phone?
Yeah, hypnosis is nothing more than a focused state of receptivity and concentration.
Okay.
And so if I was to ask you, if you ever watch a movie or you read a book or something and you get really into that storyline, you become a part of that movie. Like it's as though someone could be right here talking to you and you don't even know they exist because you are in that storyline. Mm-hmm. That's hypnosis.
Well, that's what we're looking for when we're watching a movie.
Exactly.
So we're looking to hypnotize themselves. How does so how do you become a hypnotist and how do you get people into that state? I mean, is it magic? Are there tricks?
It's not magic. It's all backed by science. It's not illusions. It's nothing like that. It's not sleight of hand, even though I always have a deck of cards with me just to do the one card trick that I know, which I don't need to do that today. I don't need to embarrass myself like that. But hypnosis is simply, if you were going to learn hypnosis, you would want to learn from someone who has the experience as a hypnotist. And there are certifications out there. Unfortunately, there is no national certification or statewide certification. It's simply different methods that people have honed in over the years that you get certified in. But I mean, I teach hypnosis. I know a lot of other people have taught hypnosis over the years. And it's just working with someone who's reputable and has the clientele and has that good rating score. And
okay, we're looking at some video right now, and it looks like there are a bunch of young people, and you're walking around, and it looks like the young people are doing crazy things here. So how does that work? I mean, I've seen these types of shows, and you get somebody and you say, when you hear the word peanut, you're going to quack like a duck. I mean, is that all real? Is that,
Well, let me ask you this. So the way that works on stage, what they're doing there is they're sniffing their shoes and sharing the wonderful smell coming from their shoe with their friends. Because I told them that their shoe smells absolutely fantastic. And actually before this, they were smelling each other's earlobes. But it looked a little better this way. So they're finding that they are not feeling threatened by the suggestion or the instruction that I'm giving. And so they are allowing themselves to experience it because I brought them into that receptive state of hypnosis. It's all brainwave activity, right? If we look at where our normal state of mind is beta and we want to go down into alpha and theta and delta and so on. And I get them down in those brainwave states and then suddenly I'm able to give them a recommendation or a suggestion, an instruction, and they take it. And if it does not conflict with their moral compass, they will take it on. And they will participate just as these graduates did for their party.
So yeah, I mean, you can't hypnotize anybody to, stab somebody or do something
Correct.
horrible.
No, they've done studies on that. Actually, the CIA tried to do that back with there's lots of studies done on that.
Yeah, I would imagine there's somewhere along the lines there are a few cases where somebody did something terrible to somebody and it was like, oh, he was under hypnosis and Tommy G told him to do that. That'd be a good defense.
It wasn't me.
Yeah,
it wasn't me.
So you have a new book. It's called Transformed. It's available on Monday on Amazon. And you're also hosting a free webinar on April 21st. Tell me about that.
Yeah, the webinar is a free live webinar where we're going to be talking about mindset, because mindset really is everything. The way we look at the world, the way we perceive things, the way we allow ourselves to receive the information and the words we tell ourselves creates this story that we create our reality around. And so I'm going to be talking about what tools hypnotists use in overcoming those negative inner self-talk mindsets. Everything from the sarcastic language of saying, oh, I'm so dumb, I can't believe I said that. We don't ever want to identify with that dumbness, right? I'm not dumb. What was said was dumb, maybe, but I'm not dumb. And so little tools like that, just small changes in the way we talk to ourselves, can make a huge impact on the overarching success that we are looking to achieve.
Sounds pretty good.
About your book, Tom.
All right, so here's your book.
Yeah, it's called Transformed, Hypnosis Through the Lens of Scripture. I am a man of faith, and so I had been told for decades that hypnosis was not compatible with Christianity or many other religions, and so I dove into it instead of just accepting people's word for it, and I worked with my pastor on understanding a little bit more, and so this basically breaks down what hypnosis really is, scientifically speaking, and how it fits into the Bible.
Sounds really good. Very interesting. There's a QR code. What is that? You scan that and what happens?
Scan that. It just basically takes you to fill out a form, and I can give you information on that webinar, or if you want to set up a meeting to discuss clinical work, or you want to break a bad habit, quit smoking, have better sleep, achieve your athletic goals and things like that, happy to work with you. That takes you there.
All right. Tommy G, the Hockey Town hypnotist. Sounds like a lot of fun, and it sounds like you could better yourself, and it will not conflict with your religion even. That's kind of an interesting aspect of the whole thing. Wow. Sounds good. Thanks so much, Tommy.
Thanks so much. I appreciate you letting me on.
All right. And that's all for Fox 2 Detroit Live at 4. Fox 2 News at 5 is next. Have a great day.
Students at U of M rallying against the end of DEI programs and student visas taken away by the federal government. A rally kicking off shortly. We'll tell you all about it live coming up.
They didn't announce themselves, they didn't do anything, so somebody's like just grabbing you.
Were Detroit police doing their job, or is this a case of excessive force?
Family waking up to flames at their home early this morning.
People who didn't know there's kids here.
Why they believe this was done on purpose, coming up.
Working for you.